Hey, Fred. Hey, Fred. Hey, Fred. What's up? How you doing? Welcome back. Hey, Bonnie. Oh, you said B-A-R-N. It's Bonnie. B-A-H. If you were going to be Fred replying. Hey, Bon. Yeah. I don't want to correct you in front of like 100,000 people, but I'm going to. All right, so today, last time I was live, because it's me. Can you do a Gandalf voice? I'm ready to do voices today. I'm ready to do some voices today. I was going to play Final Fantasy 16, because I just want to play Final Fantasy 16, but we got really into Sorcery a couple days ago, and it's like, all right. We left on a cliffhanger. I can't just end it on a cliffhanger like that and maybe not play it for like 3 weeks. Let's play Sorcery. We're going to chill out. Audiobook Andy is here tonight. I'm going to read this story, go over some of the choices. Why don't you relax? Why don't you get comfortable? We got some work going on the second monitor. You got something going on, something else, killing some time. Hey. Or maybe it's time for you to go to sleep. Maybe could be in Europe. Might be late right now. Turn the volume down. And I really mean that because some of the sounds in this game are loud. Alright, so we'll pick up right where we left off. Not much else of an intro. This is a 3-minute intro. It's the fastest intro I've ever. This is the fastest intro I've ever done. Can we get a recap? Yeah. We'll get a recap. Honestly, we didn't really do that much. We walked in a big circle and I lost a finger. I just did a huge circle, learned 2 clues about different serpents, and then lost a hand, whatever it was. You didn't even need to lose it. Yeah, I know. I feel like I did the same thing last time, too. You snorted the horn dust. Oh, yeah. I forgot. I didn't even get out with the horn. Hey, remember, you are bald, also. Well, no, I'm not. Here's the thing. You can call me, oh my god, he can't even do puzzles. He's a fucking idiot. Oh my god, he's 5'8". I'm taller than him. Oh my god, there's a lot of things that you can say about me that are true. And it's like, whatever, that's fine. I have beautiful hair. It's very healthy. It's luscious. You don't have that on me. You just don't. And I'm almost 40 years old. And I don't have a single gray fucking hair on my whole head. It is wondrous what my hair is like. So that's one of the things that you can call me, you can say anything about me all you want. You don't touch the hair though. Because it's healthy. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and it's gonna be receding. And it's gonna be such a disaster. I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna be doing my, washing my face and I'm gonna just pulling clumps out or something. I know. I just gotta stop talking about it. No. My hair is very healthy. Every time I go get a haircut, they say the same thing. They go, your hair's really healthy. And I always do the thing. I don't know. Does everybody else do this? When I'm getting a haircut, I kind of be like, yeah, it's thinning. It's thinning. I'm trying my best, It's thinning. I know I'm losing it. And then they always say the same thing. No, what are you talking about? It looks fine. Everything looks good. It looks healthy. Am I just being lied to, or does everybody do that? He's fishing for compliments. No, I genuinely kind of feel, I don't know, because when my hair is really wet, it's really obvious that it's receding. I'm also one of those people that never knows what haircut they're getting. as a 37-year-old, I'll sit down in that chair, because sometimes it's a while. And it's okay, what do you want to do? And I'm just like, I don't know. I have no idea. It's like, oh, do you want to take some off? No, I want to leave the length. Okay, do you want me to take up some of the back or the sides? Yes. How much? Can you just do it with scissors first, and then we'll figure it out. It's like, okay, and then it's always just with scissors, and I never go any further. Can you just trim? Why are you going? Because you got to clean it up. You can't just let your, even if you grow your hair out, those of you that have grown your hair out long, you know, you've got to clean up the ends and shape it so it grows out and grows onto your head and makes it look, you can't just have it, you cannot just let your hair grow completely wild without cleaning it up if you want to have it, you know, fall on your head and shoulders correctly. Is this a PR stunt? Me telling you that I sit in the, what do you mean PR? A PR stunt would be if I turned the face cam on right now and I was completely bald with like a completely shaved with like a Gillette razor, and I started just ranting about how, like, about hair or something. No, this is just me talking. Is that what's going to happen? Shave your eyebrows off. No. Is he actually bald? Okay, I just said a brand name. That doesn't mean I just was talking about the... I said a brand's name. All right, are you ready? Are you guys ready to play? Enough people have trickled in. I know the sorcery streams aren't necessarily for everybody, but they're for me. So I'm having a good time. And there you go. That's all I have to say. Face cam? No. No face cam ever for sorcery. It takes the immersion out. You end up being able to just... Okay, here's the reason why I don't want face cam on during sorcery streams. Because you know the behind the scenes videos of the actors reading the script in the studio with all the soundproofing around the walls? Imagine if that was in the corner on every episode of SpongeBob. I think you'd be like, there's a guy in the corner. I want SpongeBob on the screen. That would be sick. Yeah, it would be cool but then it's not like SpongeBob talking. I have a live cam of the actor doing SpongeBob. Let's just use that as an example. It's just SpongeBob is talking, but also SpongeBob the actor is talking. You know what I mean? This is a bad take. I don't think it is. I don't think this is a bad take. I mean, for a behind the scenes video, that makes perfect sense to me. That's really cool. I love that stuff. But I don't want that, like, on the episode. He's right. He's right. He's right. Yeah. Thank you, one guy. SpongeBob the author? SpongeBob the author. Are you our SpongeBob? No. No. No, I'm sorry. I ain't anybody's anything. Okay? Let's get that real clear. You turned into SpongeBob for... You're doing SpongeBob for PR right now? You rejected our, in quotes, not SpongeBob, in quotes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was very clear. This is the shortest intro I've ever done. Yeah, but whatever. Sorcery Crew is here. You know, this is... We're good. This is the sorcery crew. Like, I can be way more candid with the sorcery crew. You know what I mean? Like, I can talk to you guys. I can talk to you guys. You guys get it. Except almost 90% of the chat is contradicting everything I'm saying, so maybe I can't trust the sorcery crew as much as I thought I could. Are you high right now? No. Are you? Are you? Alright, here comes some wind. Alright, so let's do a recap. This is where we were. This is where we left off. Hello, welcome back. So, we were right outside this, looks like some kind of dwelling. Let's go. Let's freaking go. It's a sorcery stream, of course. Well, whatever. That's between you. It's between you and God, and you know, obviously the legality of the state or county that you're currently in. I was talking about, somebody said they were smoking weed. I'm not in the US. Can we get a recap? All right. So here's a recap from a couple days ago. We started here. I went to the bridge. Actually, where did we start? We started here. Okay. Yeah. So I went over the bridge. I climbed down it. I fell off. I broke both of my legs. I got fixed. I went backwards. Tried to cross the bridge normally. Lost a finger to the toll. Went up through here. Decided I could not go any further. Went through here into this town. This town was pretty interesting. They told us about a mine. That was a tunnel that was essentially very dangerous. Went through that. Did not pick up any of the items. Did not talk to the dog that was in here. But we made it out alive. And with full health, which is a huge deal. And 4 rations. Made it through here. Got to this point. We fought a couple of Snaticats. But I lost a finger here. So we have made our way through. We went to the forest of Snatta. We did find this lake. I snorted a mushroom and passed out face first into the water and had a bunch of hallucinations, and a bat saved my life. That was pretty interesting. And then we walked up here, ended up in the north side of the forest of Snatta, leading us to here, which this is a sort of some kind of house or hut in the woods. And we can go knock on the door. Remember, recap, we are trying to hunt down the 7 serpents. If we do not get rid of the 7 serpents, if we don't stop them, they will tell the Archmage that we are coming. We don't want that to be a thing. We want to stop the 7 serpents with our various quests. And when we do those quests, we will complete those quests and be good to go to episode 4. You mean 6? Yes, that's right. 6 are dead. No, 6 are alive. Wait, what are you asking? 1 is dead. 6 are alive. Let's go knock on the door. Okay. The door is made of heavy wood, carved with various runes and symbols in a language you do not know. Do I just open this? Oh yeah, mind your volume tonight. Yeah, see? Gets a little loud in some places, but one of the spells to open any door is stop. Opens locks and doors. The door might just be open. This might be a waste of time. I have a lot of stamina. I could throw a grenade at the door. Wait, what? Didn't I get a pebble? What happened to my pebble? I got pebbles. It was too hot. You dropped it. What? Oh, it was... I could see... Oh, I could read minds. Alright. I wonder if I can put... Because if I put the skull cap on and see if I can read somebody's mind... I mean, it doesn't cost any stamina. I could just do it. Let's see. You turn the stars into shape around you, pulling on the cloth skull cap as the magic takes hold, but you are alone, so there are no thoughts to hear. What if I just open the door? You try the door, it is not locked. A dark passageway is revealed. Alright, so just open the door. I probably should have knocked, but we're already here. The door opens through a short, dark hallway, descends into the hill. This is a tomb. You begin to see a glowing light ahead and hear a voice muttering low, angry curses. Make a move. A little sunshine falls through the doorway. There's still time to turn back. We're just going in. You keep moving forwards, and the passage quickly opens up. You enter a small room lit by a single candle on a wooden table. Seated at the table is a spindly creature whose attention is focused on a glass orb set on a plinth. I'm going to take that. Let's watch. Oh, I think I remember this. You watch as the creature stares into their orb, which swirls with colors and shapes. It mumbles something quietly. Announce myself. You open your mouth to announce yourself, but the silence is broken by a squeaky voice.
Yes, all right. Don't stammer like a half-orc. I'm busy. Sit down.
A thin finger gestures towards a chair in the corner. What can I even do here? Could do nap, cause sleepiness. I don't have pendulum. That's it. I could read minds in here. This is gonna be weird, me holding like two fingers up, like X-Men style. And being like, This also is, what is L? This law. Law is control non-intelligent creatures. I feel like I feel like there's intelligence here though. Mud. Or I could make quicksand. I have sand. Should I just make a giant death trap in the middle of this person's house? Why would you do that, though? I don't know. Oh, this could be a sorceress. It could be a sorcerer. I don't know. Let's talk. I'll sit down. Sit. You sit down as instructed. After a few minutes, the creature leans back from her orb and looks up at you.
So, a visitor. A human, too.
Greetings.
Greetings to you, indeed.
As the light from the glass orb fades a little, you see the speaker is a woman, some kind of elf, though she appears somewhat disfigured. What is your name?
Finestra. Now, human, as my time is more precious than yours, I will soon lose my patience with you. What in Gred's name are you doing in this miserable fortress? Forest. There's not a fortress anywhere to be found. That's in Mampang.
I don't think you put all your cards on the table. I'm looking for 7 serpents. I'm going to Lake Iklala. I'm going to Lake Iklala. You tell her, cautious not to reveal your true purpose to this stranger. She nods.
It can be hard to cross the lake. There's only one ferryman, and he is old now. I have a whistle which you may use to summon him if you wish.
Thank you.
It's not free. I will charge you 5 gold pieces.
I don't have that much. Shake my head. Just no. Dude, Trepang 2 released? What the fuck? Oh, cool. I'll play it. Let's haggle. I will give you 3.
Okay, very well then. Agreed.
You hand over the money and she places the whistle into your hand.
How does it work? You put it up to your lips and blow. There is nothing magic about it. It's just a whistle. If the ferryman is about, and he is most mornings, then he will hear you and come.
Okay. Put it in my pack. You stash the whistle away without further comment. The orb on her table swirls with color ever more violently. Fenestra sits up sharply.
You must go. I have work that must be attended to.
What do you see in the orb? You ask.
See for yourself.
Pointing into the glass. Shapes swirl inside the crystal. Should I look into the orb or don't look? Look into the orb. You peer into the orb and then your jaw begins to drop, for inside the glass is a winged serpent.
It is the sun serpent. The one called Flanker helped me to trap it. I lured it down from the skies using a rain spell and offered it shelter, for the sun serpent cannot tolerate water, of course. And then he trapped it.
I know Flanker. I know Flanker well.
This poor creature despises him, don't you?
She taps on the glass and the serpent lunges uselessly against the glass in reply. Why not kill it?
The sun serpent is the mate of the water serpent. They have a doomed, impossible love. It is enough for me to lure the beast, and when it comes, I will kill them both.
But the creature might escape. We must destroy it for good.
Be warned, Analander. This serpent will reach into your mind and control your will if you allow it. It would do anything to be free.
I gotta smash it. Smash it. Take it, smash it, look into it. What can I do here? Zap. Boom! Out of the finger. Same joke. Same joke. Same joke from 2016. Same joke from 2016. Are we going same joke, Andy? Is that what we're doing? Like 8 years later? No. I'm going to read her mind. You place the skull cap on your head as if you craft the spell. You hear the serpent's thoughts enter your mind. It is swirling in anger, around cursing Fenestra and you. Oh, I can get the fuck out of here. Okay. I don't know what to I don't know what the there's no right answer in this game, but I wonder what the path of least problems is. Well, if I look into it, will he like control me? Take it. Take the orb. There's no way this orb can hold the creature, and should it escape, your mission will be revealed. The orb must come with me. The fate of the land is at stake.
You may take it, in return for 2 promises. First, that you will destroy this orb and the snake inside in such a fashion that they cannot return. Know that breaking the glass will set it free. So be sure you do not do that.
I shall drop it into a canyon. That sounds like a good plan. I will bury it. I shall drop it into a lake. And what is the second thing? You nod, understanding. The second thing is more important. Find the water serpent in Lake Iklala, and do not leave it alive. And do not die in the attempt to kill it. Will you do that for me? I shall do my best. I shall. Wow. Oh no, I shall, you vow. Then with a nod, she steps aside and lets you take the orb with the trapped serpent inside. It will not serve you for the casting of far. The serpent will not allow it. I have an orb of my own already. You too. I have an orb of my own already too. Well, then we both own orbs. Yes, we do. Then I'm going to put the strange orb carefully into my pack. You turn on your heel and leave the underground room. Okay. So let me get this burned into memory here. I can't break this. If I break this, it will come out. And that's bad. There is a serpent in the glass cube. I need to make sure I destroy it. The water serpent and the sun serpent they know each other very well. So we have to destroy it somehow. Okay. You got it. Well, let's head there now. Yeah, I think here's the plan. Ready? Streamer's choice. Streamer veto coming in here. We're going to go down here. Stop by whatever this little hut is. And by the way, get Elden Ringed. For those of you that just got here. Yeah. You get a problem? Alright, so I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go down. Cringe. Is the story in Sorcery the same every time? It is. The A and the Z are always exactly the same. And honestly, so is like the LMNOP is usually kind of the same, like throughout as well. But everything else is kind of on your own. But this, I mean, well, it really depends. Everybody's goal is exactly the same. You're the Analander. You're trying to go get the Crown of Kings that was stolen from you, and the Crown of Kings is the Infinity Gauntlet. It's like the god power. It's literally makes you unstoppable. You're unbeatable. And the Archmage has it. The Archmage is evil. You're back in the sunshine of the clearing. You feel the serpent in your bag, angry as it senses the heat and light around. You have the sense that things are watching you from the trees. It's time to move. Alright, so I want to go down, because going back, wrapping around left is not a good idea. So we're going to go this way. A wide track leads away from the door into the trees. And here we go. So we're going to stop here, see what this is. The goal is to eventually, before stream ends today, to go get the water serpent. And you're probably asking yourself, bro, that's like right here. Yeah, okay, yep, it is right there. See you in like 4 hours, because that's how long it's going to take us to get over there. The heckin' Infinity Gauntlet? Yep. I just spilled all over me. Hold on a second. Okay, if I got like a huge replica Infinity Gauntlet and just like put it on and turned the cam, full cam, and just played the like Avengers theme song, how long do you think we could keep that up? Where I was like, you know, it's like dun, 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 holding it up into the camera and stuff. How long do you think that could go on for? Do you think more than 10 minutes straight of that would be unbearable? Before a DMCA? Before you laugh, 10 seconds. No. I would get in character. You guys, there's two different ways that I operate on stream. There's like, I'm into this and I'm dedicating, and I'm an actor. And you can't break me. You never will. But then there's the I'm just hanging out, and I laugh in 5 seconds. Which one of them will it be? I mean, if I treat it like it's you know, like a character or something, then it should be easy. It's gonna be so hard, though. You have to be committed. What's this worth to you guys? That's what I want to know. What is a 10 straight minute Infinity Gauntlet Pog stream worth to you? And no laughing. I can't make any sounds. I have to just be excited and going over all the stones and what they do and shit and like aiming it at the camera and like holding it up and doing like the 2 fingers like I'm gonna snap and stuff. Was it worth to you? Because that is 10 straight minutes of embarrassing myself in front of millions of potential people. What's it worth? You should paint yourself purple. I'd rather you don't do that. Yeah. Put up a paid poll for bits. He's going to do it or he won't do it. What's it worth to you? That's actually kind of funny. I would pay to have you not do that. I would pay to have you do that. Have like a fucking money fight to have the 40-year-old clown either put on the Infinity Gauntlet or not. What a strange time we live in. Don't you think? Don't you think these are very strange times? These are very interesting times. It's very odd. Alright, let's keep going. No, I don't actually do it. Don't actually do it. Did you actually do it? Okay, yeah, I don't, no, we're not doing that. I think it's really funny, but, okay, it's just a regular poll, okay. Somebody, okay, if I do a paid version, somebody is just gonna be like, you know what? I got a lot of fucking money in my account, and I'm making sure this motherfucker does not do that. There'll be one, like, $1,000 drop or something to just ruin everything. That's why I don't want to do it. Please change your wallpaper. I like that wallpaper. It reminds me of going to the beach. It's a beach, right? Yes, it is. It reminds me of going to the beach. And I like the beach. I've been described as beachy. I've been described as beachy. So, I have like a beach aesthetic. I like the beach. I've been described as very beachy. I've been described as enjoying the beach a lot, is what I'm trying to say. The path winds tortuously through the forest. Nightfall as you need to rest. The path passes by a heavy thicket of tangled branches. Let's investigate it. The dense bushes curl up around themselves in a tangle, but in the darkness, you can make out nothing more. I think this is good. It's nighttime. We should sleep. The thicket will make a good shelter. You clamber into a hollow between its roots and lie down. Laying your pack down by the roots of a tree, you try to rest despite the strange noises that float across the landscape. At least you have eaten already today. Then we're good. The stream runs tortuously through the Thanos rent. I really do wonder, because the amount of people that would pay to make sure I ended up in cringe compilations. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's some of you here that's worth a lot of money to you to make sure that happens. You know, like, I know that's what you'd be doing it for. You don't need to pay to see that. Are you already in them? Nah. You already are there. No, what? Stop. Do we live rent-free in your head? Not really. I mean, during streams, yeah. And maybe, like... Maybe sometimes. I feel like by the very nature of being a live streamer, I'm constantly thinking about, like, the stream and stuff. Yeah? Alright. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll just like, put it to charity or something. It's an easy way to do that, right? I don't... That's like a better way to do it, probably. I don't know. We'll see. I'll think about it. Charity incentive war to have me do it or not do it. The easiest way to do it is to never do it. Actually true. And that is a... That chat comment is just... Like, you get it. You get it. But I'm sorry. I don't. I guess I'll never learn. That's what makes me the cool streamer! I did that to specifically get into a cringe compilation, so let's go. Alright, your eyes close and you let your tiredness overtake you. You wake suddenly. There's a flapping of dark wings from overhead. A giant bat is circling above you. Your journey has been plagued by these creatures. What can I do? Let's see. You should title that stream to cringe or not to cringe. That is the question. Oh, man. And I'm dressed up in a Shakespeare outfit. There's obviously danger. Pep is strength. I think I'm just fight. I don't want to waste any stamina. Let's fight. This bat has a lot of attack power. This guy is the CCO of Off-Brand. Yeah, and I just came up with an incredibly engaging live stream event. Right now. Are you trying to tell me that that's not what just happened? Just tell me that's wrong. I'm going full blast. Alright, it's actually good that I did. Have Ludwig do it. No, it has to be me. Although I kind of like that too, though. I'm gonna defend. Yep. I'm going all in. It's alright. I would read these, but it's pretty... You can read them. It's just kind of like you swung and hit them. Okay, what about all the Avengers are different streamers, and during all the costumes are on the ground, and we are, over the course of the next 45 minutes, going to get into these costumes. And, like, if there's enough money that's telling us to not do it, then we don't do it. And if there's enough that says yes, then we continue to put it on. Then after 45 minutes, we end it. And see where it is. Could have gone all in. Did you say, what would be the point of that? Just to see you guys in costumes. No, because once we get... Yeah, what is the point of this? The point is to get in the costumes and do like Avengers scenes, and because people hate it, apparently. Fuck. I thought he was gonna go low. Avengers hot tub stream. If somebody be the Hulk, and they just get into the water and they're just green paint just starts coming off. Alright, this little bat is fucking me up. I gotta pay attention. Stop defending when you're being good at the game and it's annoying. I could have done it again! Alright. Alright. That's a fun idea. I'll add it to the notepad. Here we go. Only one? Okay, creature's eyes are fixed on you. There comes a big one. I'm getting absolutely destroyed right now. This is ridiculous. There's no way he's going more than 3.0. And he's not. Alright, I gotta go all in. There's no way he's gonna go out. No, he's not. Yes, he is. Oh my god, I'm just getting outplayed. Oh my god, fuck you. Why this bat? I fought a gigantic, like, chimera. And I beat it easier than the single bat. What the fuck? What? Fucking die! Yes, alright. How much did I lose? 12 health. Whatever. The creature falls from the sky, dead. You lost some gold, entered the Vishlami Marsh, and you collected the Sun Serpent, meaning there are now only 5 serpents remaining. And we have to make like an original song. And put like different memes from all the Avengers characters. Like, you know, sing about like how Thanos is gonna snap you and shit. It's just something fucking awful, you know what I'm saying? An original song that we all have to sing in unison. It hurts. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the most money. Only if you paint yourself purple. All right, I'm stuck on this and I need to get off of it. Well, I said for charity. This is not most money for me. I said this would be a charity stream. That's the best way to do it. Guys, this is not happening. I just puke out random bullshit sometimes. This is not happening. We're not doing this. This is not a thing we're doing tomorrow. See, that's how you reel them in, right? Now they want it to happen. Hey, yeah, you and me get it, right? We know. Okay. All right, we're playing the game. The bush is a thick tangle peering between the branches. You can make out something covered over. Oh, I have the axe. You hew the branches away with the axe in swift, easy strokes. The foliage falls away to reveal first a glassless window, and then the top corner of a door. It seems the branches are growing in front of and out of an ancient hut. Go in the window? Did you? Yeah, I took 10 damage from the bat. I'm gonna cut free. Cut free the door. You keep cutting until you have uncovered the door enough that you might be able to pull it open. Let me look in here first. Before going inside, you think to peer in through the window. You can make a little out through the thick foliage that continues inside. But it seems the hut is otherwise empty. Then for a moment, something seems to move. But looking again, you see nothing. Could be a Snatacat. I'm gonna go in. I would say I had a lot of health, but I have a lot of food. You heave on the door, hauling it open. Ancient dust spills out into the forest air, and a million crawling things scuttle from holes all over the ancient wood. Smell the air. The air from inside the hut is an old and stale air, but it does not stink of death, decay, or animal. You look above for where to go. Are we going in, or am I running by? Go in? Go in. When are you going to drink the Grimace milkshake? I don't know. When I go to McDonald's, I'll make sure to get one. Okay. You push your way inside the ancient overgrown hut. There are patches of yellow moss, much like the one you tried earlier, growing on the back of the wall. Oh, really? This is edible. You gather up a handful of moss. It is much like the last bunch you ate. Eat it. There we go. You chew through the moss, feeling much better for it. All right, I'm gonna do sus. What do we got? Definitely there's sus. There's also sap. Cause depression. Also, by the way, for those of you that have never played this game, if you sap and there's nobody to sap, it happens to you. You literally cast it on yourself because it attaches to the first living thing in the room. So, I don't think I want to do that right now. You could do sun. I have a sun jewel and it's free. Just brighten it up. See the future. I can use the crystal ball here. The crystal ball is useful. Sense danger. I'll do the meme. Cast sus. You craft the enchantment and a steady voice begins to speak to you. It informs you quite calmly. The hut is not empty. Goodbye. Okay. Something here. Let's look around. In the thin sunlight through the windows of the hut, you can make out writing on the far wall. This is the house Elise built, and in its doorway blood was spilt. But that blood has dried and gone, and poor Elise is still alone. Look at the doorway. Looking at the doorway, you see the dark shadow of a bloodstain, wiped carefully around the sill like a ward against an evil spirit. Not that such magic works, of course. The only true magic comes from the stars. At least that's what they told you. There are a few more things scratched into the wood. What does it say? You look at the other scratched marks. They are hard to comprehend precisely. One appears to depict a person in a circular bubble, floating harmlessly above a raging tornado or a whirlpool. Another shows a fiery ball, perhaps the sun, perhaps not, being drenched by a fist squeezing what looks like a handful of berries. Interesting. So we got floating, which is the float spell. Raging tornado is, I think, with the horn, right? It causes like a windstorm. Fiery ball, that's hot potentially. And drenched by a handful of berries. Let me see. Looking into the dim corners of the hut, you uncover an old vial of water. As you lift it to the light, it gives off a very faint shine. In your mind, you feel the ape's gentle voice.
The water in this vial is blessed to the god Gred.
Gred. Do I take this? I think if I take this and I drink it, the ape is gone. And we might get a new god. We might get the god Gred. I'll keep it. I'll keep it. You place the vial of holy water into your pack. A lucky find. Ooh. Alright, so let's what do we got here? There's obviously some puzzle here, or some secret to do. One of them was floating. This is see the future. I can't do floating. I could just cause depression. What is it? What is this? Doc is heal disease. I need a medicinal potion. I could do sap, but who would I even do it to? I think I'm missing information. I'm gonna look into the future. You settle into a sitting position by the roots of a tree and take out the orb of a crystal. Reaching up at the constellations overhead, you create the spell. You're somewhere new. The world seems to disappear, replaced by a vision, a ring of tall, shadowy stones in a desolate waste. You stand by their center, holding above your head a long yellow feather taken from some colossal bird. You are casting a spell of curious power. I did this before. Should I drop it? Dude, you should use FAR to see if you do the Cringe Avengers stream. I'm going to drop it. As the spell builds, you panic and release the feather. Slowly, it flutters to the ground, but as it does so, the spell of this strange place takes hold. The feather erupts into vivid flame, and you shield your eyes. It fades. The day is likely to be clear, and will be hot once more. Did I just do that to get the weather forecast? The day is likely to be clear, will it be hot later in the afternoon? Showers coming in tomorrow evening. Okay. I don't think I can do anything here. You know what? I'm just going to cause depression. Why not? Sap. You gather the constellations into order around you and immediately feel yourself losing your energy and drive. With no other creature nearby, the magic is turned on you. Oh, great. What the hell? Is it... I'm missing an item. I can't do it, I don't think. It's probably Doc. Yeah, it has to. It's either Doc or... Damn it. I can't do it. I gotta go. Go back outside. Can't do it. Damn it. I couldn't solve the riddle of the hut. There is nothing more to be done here. You leave the hut behind. Okay, well, I wanted to go over here. Oh, I can't go over there. That's like 100, that's like 300 feet in the air. I need this to be fixed. Let me see what happens if I go down here. You walk on between the trees as the sun climbs towards its zenith. The winds pick up. A large ancient tree has fallen down across the path. Climb the trunk for a view. You clamber up onto the trunk and look off into the distance of the trees. To the east, the mountains rise tall and cold, and to the south, you see the forest pool. A soft plop echoes from the tree trunk. You leave your pack on the tree trunk and move carefully along its length, eyes peeled for what it was making that sound. Suddenly, of its own accord, your pack topples from the trunk and onto the ground. Somebody invisible? Pick it up. You return to your pack and reach down to pick it up, and something bashes you backwards. Fresh blood springs into your arm. You have been scratched by deep claws, but you can still see nothing. God damn it, it's a Snatacat. Let's talk with animals. Alright, we're doing yap. Grabbing the wig from your pack, you put it on and weave your spell. The faint growls in the trees slowly begin to slur, turning into distinct words. The creature appears to be talking to itself.
Left side open. Stay down. Stay low.
I can hear you, you call back, speaking in the creature's language of growls and whines. Stay where you are.
It tries to fool me, but it can't.
Being invisible has clearly driven this creature quite insane. Leave, or I will skin you. What are you?
It wants to know what I am. It wants to know what eats it. It wants to know what eats it. It wants to know who.
Leave, or I will skin you. This is your only warning. The creature seems to consider for quite a moment. Then it launches itself forward. Suddenly, long gashes appear on your arm as claws that you cannot see seem to rake your flesh. For a moment, you feel hot breath on your cheek. Then it's gone. You could have casted Sun in the hut? I thought all I had was, I could? It wasn't just Sap and Sus? Really? Really? Really, really? Like, really, really? Really, really? I'm going back. That's 1 out of 3. That's alright. Okay, look at the doorway. Look at the scratches. Search the corners. Yep, they take the vial. Okay, cast a spell. Oh, you weren't full of shit. Alright, let's cast Sun. You craft the enchantment until the sun jewel starts to glow with a magical white glow. Nothing. Nothing. Didn't do anything. It just looks cool. Remember, why do your tags say thinking about beans? I don't think they do. Huh. Maybe combine with a different one? You have to sleep in here. Really? It does. Thinking about beans. I don't know. I didn't do it. Alright. See what happens. God damn it. I think I have to come back here. Alright, well, now... Alright. It didn't work. Your tags are fucked up. It doesn't matter. Okay, soft plop. Move. I'm not fighting anything. You rise quickly and gather your things, listening carefully for any suspicious sounds, and you catch a soft, deep growl a few feet away. So I just run. I'm just gonna run. You waste no more time and scurry away between the trees. Okay. Here we are again. I need to move this to the right. I wonder, is there a way down here? I could go down here and see if I can get across somehow. We haven't gone down here at all. Haven't seen any of this. I'm gonna turn this over here and see if I can do anything. Or maybe I'll turn it down this way. I can swim, it's fine. I lost fucking food. Your fragile possessions are ruined. All your soft food has been ruined. What the fuck? It's alright. One food loss is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I still can do this, but I'm afraid to touch it. So what can I get up there if I go like this? Is that intact? I don't think it is. Is the bridge intact if I do that? It's hard to tell. I don't think so. What about this way? Looks like it. I wonder if I can get... I'm talking about over here, though. It might be hard to actually do it. I have to activate another beacon, I think. Yeah, it gets kind of messed up on the left side. It's alright. I'll aim it this way. I don't want to aim it all because there's a town over there. I'll aim it over here. Like that way or something. Ooh. So this is the town in the past. This is the town now. It looks pretty much in ruins right now. What do you think? Should I go to Timpang? Timpang in the past first? Yeah, let's check out the past first. So that'll be fine. Now, I could just go down. This is another beacon, so I'll go light this. And we'll explore Clatterback. Clatterback? Alright, I'm going down. I'm going to eat. Somebody said eat food before you lose it. That's a good idea. Let's eat a cooked meat. Make a move. Get the ring, please, I beg you. I don't know how to get it. Because if I break the branch, it falls down. If it falls down, it falls into the water. And if it falls into the water, I can't get it. If it falls down in the water, I can make the beam go over there. But I did that, and I can't get it. I don't know. It's tricky. Maybe the other tower? Pointed at the other tower. Just take it off the branch when it's smaller. The ring doesn't necessarily fall in the water. If you go into the past, the tree won't be grown by then. Hey. You know. Hold on. Can I concentrate this beam that way? Because if I can concentrate that this way, then this can go in the past, come back here when the ring is... Yeah. Maybe it'll reach? One of these will do it, so I'll leave it. Alright, so we're going to head down here. I got this pointing over at that other town. Let's make a move. Wait, I have to swim across again? I can't just, like, bury my face through the trees? God damn it. Okay, well, whatever. I'm good. Your videos on this game got me through a day where I was throwing up every half hour. Well, that sounds awful. Okay. Things flutter in the trees all around. Hope you feel better. Wait, that was like 8 years ago. Hope you felt better 8 years ago. Things flutter in the trees all around. The sun is all but gone. Soon it will be dark. A movement in the bushes catches your eyes. A glimpse of red and a snake's body. This is the red snake that we've seen a few times. I might be being watched. Let's go. Let's investigate it. Why not? The snake disappears before you can catch it. God damn. Do I want to go up and around, or should I just go straight down? I'll just go straight down. Easier that way. The path winds tortuously through the forest. Darkness closes in. You should try to find a suitable spot to sleep. Underfoot, the earth has been churned to mud, and you notice the branches either side of this route are broken. Let's look at the mud. You pause to check the mud. Sure enough, you quickly find a sign. A paw print, at least twice the size of your palm. Yeah, there's snaticats everywhere. We need to go through this quickly. We gotta go. You keep moving, hoping that whatever lives around here doesn't find you. Snaticats are everywhere here. They're very dangerous. We don't have time to investigate every branch that falls. You walk on between the trees. In the darkness, you can see nothing through the curling branches. Almost out of it. Are they invisible? They are invisible. You trace what might be a path and might be an old river through the trees of the forest. The moon sets. More stars appear. You've reached the edge of the forest. Through the trees, you can see the level steps extending into the night. Now might be a good time to rest before you go much further. I really don't want to do it here, but I need to sleep. Removing your pack by the roots of a tree, you try to settle despite the cold. At least you have eaten well already. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You wake halfway through the night at the sound of breathing from between the trees. Snaticat. What if I stay still? You stay quite still. Something is sniffing the air. It is a wolf, padding closer. It's a wolf. Maybe I can talk to the wolf. Tell. Read minds. Rap. Talk all languages. Raz. Sharpened blade. There's always zap. Always. There's my entire first playthrough of the game. Pep is strength. There's also pop, which is grenade, but I don't have a pebble. Let's see if we can talk. Talk all languages. Grabbing the wig from your pack, you put it on and weave your spell, but this spell is intended for translating non-human speech and not the utterances of beasts and animals.
Come here, talk to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, rap is talk all languages. Yap is talk to animals. Okay, well, why can I not do yap? I just don't feel like it. Just zap this fucker. Zap. You gather the constellations into order around you, building up a charge of electrical energy around your palm. Fire the bolt into the sky. This would be scary, right? Into the sky? Alright, I'm going into the sky. You fire the lightning bolt up into the air, and the flash cracks the heavens. The wolf squeals in fear, and turning on the spot, it bolts away into the night. Yap, yap, yap. The silence of the trees returns. But I have alerted every single person in this 5-mile radius of my existence. Okay. You wake with your head on a tree root and the smell of fresh dew in your nostrils. Time to choose a direction. There maybe is something to be said about going up this way and investigating whatever this is. But hey, that's for you to do in your playthrough. getting out of the Sonata Forest. It's too dangerous. Jerma, can you ask my mom to get me the Grimace Shake? I'm not your parent. I'm not, it's not like, oh, hey, let me go ask this streamer to, hey, ma, streamer said I can. You head out across the steps. The air stirs a little, still cold but fresh. In front of you stretches another plane. More rock than dust this time, and built of layers and layers of stone stacked like scattered papers. These are the Clatterback Steps, said to be the home of strange half-human, half-simian creatures. As you walk, you see a strange sight, a village of listing huts in the middle of open space, with no walls or defenses at all. Ugly villagers lope from tent to tent dressed in animal skins. Look at the village. The men and women are strong and lanky, dressed in animal skins. By the gate, 2 creatures stand with hefty wooden clubs. Clattamen. What can I do? Mods, please link him the Grimace Shake on TikTok. You don't need to give me the... I know what the Grimace Shake is. I can go invisible. Invisible? There's also big. I could grow in size to be huge. I could say, what's safe passage here? I could cause stench, but I don't have a nose plug. I could also summon a giant. I could just walk in there with a giant and be like, hey, me and my giant friend. How many of these? I think I only have 2 or 3 of these left, right? Invisible might be interesting. I'll let you guys decide. Here's your choices. You have literally 60 seconds. Invisibility, summon a giant, or become a giant. Which one? Those are your choices. You got 60 seconds. Summon giant, become giant, or... What was the last one? Oh, wait. What was it? I forget it. Why do I forget it? Invisible, right. Okay. Invisible, summon giant, become giant. Those are 3 very interesting routes to take. Don't be a coward. Don't be a coward. Can you play the Grimace Game Boy Color game on stream? Maybe one day. All right, what's it look like? It's still close. Become giant and invisibility. It's kind of trending in one direction, but I think we have our answer. Become giant is the winner. Thank you for playing. All right, big. Grow in size. You cast a spell inflating to more than twice your usual height. It's not a giant. It's just like you're kind of bigger. A path leads into the village, or you could skirt past it. Why did I do this? I just got taller? You approach the guards. The guards are clearly impressed by your size. They stand quickly aside and let you enter the village without question. You flick one over as you pass. What? Oh, this guy's impressive. Okay. You step into the center of the village. Gradually, you shrink back down to your normal size. Is that bad? So I walk in the front door and they're like, yeah, bro, step right this way. Is that bad? Okay, large hut. One hut is much larger than the others. Above its door is a sign depicting a picture of an awl and a hammer. It is amazing anyone here can draw, let alone perform crafts. From inside, you can hear the sound of hammering. Look through the window. Peering in through the window, you see a clattaman working away at a bench. He moves with unusual delicacy for these creatures, his long, thin fingers carefully adjusting the position of whatever it is he's working on. You can't help noticing he has an unusually large skull. Okay, well, let's go in. The clattaman looks up as you enter. He puts down the tiny hammer and pincers he has been using to repair a piece of fine jewelry and tilts his head to regard you. Greet him. You greet him with a nod. He seems to understand this and nods in reply. Examine his workbench. You step forward and look over his workbench, and he gestures with an open palm to let you look. The clattaman has a variety of fine tools, pincers, awls, spikes for scratching and etching, even a vise. He's clearly a master craftsman, despite his species. When you are finished, he steps forward to you, gesturing for your pack. My pack. Show him my pack. You hold out your pack to him. He begins to rummage through, investigating everything with his long, supple hands and occasionally pausing to scratch his bulging skull, as though his brain is itching at the sight of your gear. Then he digs around under his bench before finally pulling a long metal shaft and a hooked metal grip. He pushes the two together, screwing and clamping with a strange, hooked tool. After a short while, he produces what appears to be a well-weighted longsword and hands it to you. All right. I'll pay him. You pull out your purse to pay the clattaman, but he seems more interested in the operation of the drawstring at the top of the pouch than the money. Really? Take the sword? You accept the sword with some suspicion. I just get a free sword? Let's see, ask him what he's doing. You try to ask him what he's doing, but he ignores the sounds coming from your mouth as if they were just the banging and ringing of his tools. It seems like he is carving jewelry from colored stones. They do not seem to be precious or even beautiful, but the weird, twisted shapes he is carving are complex and intricate and remarkably precise. Can I take one? Take a piece. You reach out to take one of the pieces, a bejeweled item of clear value, but he responds much more quickly than you expect, snatching up a strange two-handed contraption. He opens the handle and the device expands a series of criss-cross bars. At the far end is a blade, which skewers you through the shoulder, pinning you to the wall. Holy shit. Uh-oh. He tilts his head the other way, and to make his point, wiggles the contraption, making your shoulder bleed. Uh-oh. You try to spread your arms to collect the starlight for a spell, but the clattaman simply twists the contraption. You howl in pain and cease your attempt at enchantment.
Release me!
You demand. The craftsman listens with interest, but does not retract the extended arm.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go for the jewels. I'm sorry, please. Take me with you. Take me with you.
I can't cast a spell. He's got me, like, pinned by the fucking shoulder blades. With this, like, weird device that's sticking through my shoulder.
I beg of you, please. Please, please release me. Please.
Appealing to all the gods and the spirits you can name. The craftsman appears to respond when the name of Herm, the cloud god, is mentioned, and slackens his grip on the contraption enough that you are able to push it free and stagger clear. Not taking your eyes off the dangerous creature, you move backwards towards the doorway, and then hurry out of the low hut. Jesus. I feel like I probably should leave now. By the fire, You head over to the fire pit, but it is unlit during the day and there is no one here. Stop and eat. Taking one of your smoked fish from your pack, you fill your empty stomach. You look around the village once more. I guess I could be here. I could come here at night. I did get a sword. Yeah, well, let me see the sword. A +2 longsword. Oh! Alright. I think that gives me +2 to all of my swings. That's huge. He gave you a sword and you tried to steal from him. Well, I was gonna pay. I tried to pay. Remember, I was like, here, take all these. I want to pay you. I have coins. I guess that doesn't mean, hey, dude, just like put your hand into the fucking like pasta sauce. Yeah, that's not how it works. Oh, no, I have money. I have money. I'm gonna put my hand in the pasta sauce and just take pasta out of it. Yeah, that's like, dude, get your fucking hand out of here. Don't touch my. What are you doing? All right, I'm gonna get out of here before I cause it any more trouble. Slip away. The village has no walls. You slip between 2 huts and back out into the plains. Let's check out over here. You march onwards, ascending and descending as the ground breaks and changes level. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. A small patch of flowers grows here, just by a small rock. Ooh, flowers. You smell the flowers. They emit a rich, thick smell that makes you feel somewhat giddy. Still, you feel somewhat better for it. Smell the flowers again. Smell the flowers again. You take another long sniff of the flowers. The scent is so strong that it makes your gaze turn briefly red and blotchy. All this guy does is just do weird organic drugs. Smell them again. You lie down on the ground and bury your nose deep into the flower patch and sniff. The effect of the smell is not as powerful now as though the effect is wearing off. Alright, let's get out of here. You continue to walk. More? No, I don't want to do more. That's dangerous. Sunflower update. I am pleased to announce our biggest sunflower has officially opened. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 sunflowers this year. And we did one of those loot boxes where we didn't know what the colors were going to be, because it was a kind of a mix of the sunflowers could be like red or orange or brown or purple, or there's a ton of different combinations. I'm pleased to report the color of the main sunflower, the big one, is a pale yellow with a big brown ring in the middle. It's a beautiful pattern. It's pale yellow with a brown ring around the center of kind of where the petals are going out. It's a brown, almost painted ring around the middle. It is gorgeous. Picture? Hold on. The pictures are coming. But the thing with the sunflower, I want to make sure it's fully opened and has time to breathe so you get a really good picture. Just opened as of today. Still don't know what the colors of the other ones are, though. Do it after the ad break. All right, let's keep going. Rule of third, Andy. You'll see. One is Grimace Purple. Might be. Can you play us an ad, please? Okay, I will play an ad if you can get more than 95% that says yes on a poll. You can just start it now. It has to be over 95%. It has to be 96% or higher. All right, you walk on, climbing slightly across the dusty steps. The sun continues to climb the steep sky. In the middle of the steps, you come across a strange sight. A wooden pole, as high as a tree, with nothing around it. It has no knots, handles, or holds of any kind. Nothing except a level platform right at the top. Clumps of the yellow moss you saw before grow around the base of the pole. Oh, eat way more of this. Let's get to full health. Look around. You stop and look around, but can't make much out across the contours of the plain. You might be able to see more from the top of the pole, of course. From somewhere nearby, you hear singing. Bang on the pole. Watch an ad. No, you guys are not even close. I said it has to be at least 96%. You're at 71% right now. That's just not happening now. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. Yeah, 71% is... yeah, I can't show you an ad. Yeah, it sucks. Like, I'm fucking sorry. Maybe we'll try again later. It's, like, really disappointing, but... it's alright. Alright, listen, bang on the pole, or cast a spell. What can we do? 'H. Off. Wait, I do have a gale horn. When did I get a gale horn? Like episode 2? How long have I had that for? Is that why I snorted the other one? I've had a gale horn this whole time? Could do big again. Big is pretty cheap. It's only 1 stamina. So something's obviously buried here. Can't do dock. Could do sus. Just make sure nothing's bad. Yeah, let's do sus. You look to the stars and craft the magic into a steady voice. It begins to speak to you. The voice informs you that this is a pole for a priest of Throth, who is fasting and contemplating the procession of the sun. He's likely to be quite mad. Okay. Listen. You concentrate and listen. There's definitely a voice singing somewhere close at hand. But there's no one anywhere in sight. The pole is set into a slight rise into the ground. And you can see in all directions. An invisible creature, perhaps? Dust funnels across the empty plain. Bang on the pole. On the spell's information, you unbelt your blade and wallop the pole with the weapon in its sheath. The wood vibrates. Boom! A moment later, a shaggy face appears over the edge of the platform overhead.
Who's that? Who's that? Can you hear I was doing the singing?
Are you fasting? You demand.
No, I'm not doing the fasting. I'm only not doing the eating. What I am doing is doing the singing.
He is bawling every word. His throat must be sore now. What can you see?
The future and the past is one. Joining and separating and ghosts walking back and forth. None of us are quite when we believe ourselves to be.
I have experienced this myself.
Shut your face hole! I don't sit up on this pole to learn what you muddlers can learn. Crawling around the ground with your full fat bellies.
Would you like some food? I can give you some food. He calls you something terrible in response. I was being generous.
Do you suppose it's generous to torment people not doing the eating with food?
Oh.
Why do you think I'm up on this pole?
Oh, he's fasting. Holy shit, that's actually awful. Hey, you're fasting up there, aren't you? Don't you want some food? I have food. I'm just taunting. This is taunting. This is not okay. This is actually bad. All right. I would like to learn from you. The man does not reply, but leans away. However, a moment later, a hand appears over the side of the platform and something falls to earth. It's a medallion. Is that for me? You're a sorcerer, aren't you? Come up.
I hope you're a sorcerer. Otherwise, I can't get down again.
Okay, I gotta take it. You take a hold of the medallion. Nothing in particular happens.
Come on, then. Let's go.
You turn the medallion over in your hands. It is a jewel-studded and set loose on a chain. It is probably worth something. To the north, mist rolls across the edge of the forest. Alright, this is definitely a hover medallion. Or a teleporting medallion. Zen? Hover in the air. Require... Yeah, okay, so I can float up there. Yep. What else can I even do here? I can just blow the fucking gale horn and cause a tornado on this dude. That would be so fucked up. Well, I'm gonna do Zen. Because Zen is how... I mean, they're teaching me to do Zen. You spin the starlight into a pattern around you, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. You are now floating off the ground. Float to the top of the pillar. Okay. Here we are, up here with this guy. The man shuffles aside to allow you to bob down, while taking back the jeweled medallion. Oh, he took it back.
So, you are a sorcerer. I thought so.
I might have been a thief. You might have never gotten your medallion back.
That is true. Oh, my sight assures me I will not need it. Still, I'd rather have it. Welcome to my little eyrie.
What are you doing up here? You demand.
High from the world, I can see diagonally downwards onto the world. I can see through the layers of curse that affect this land. The whole place has unraveled like a poorly woven shoe. Yeah. From up here, I can see.
Alright, I'm at it. Float down? I don't even have the medallion anymore. I would just be jumping off and dying. I don't have the medallion. Why would... This is bait. That would be so fucked up to see. No, I want to talk to him. Do you know of the 7 serpents? You demand.
I see much from up here. I know of the winged beasts and their quest to devour you. Grind your bones to dust and then spit that dust into the cup of the king of Analand. He pauses to scratch underneath his loincloth. So, do you like it up here?
The view is superb.
I do not see how a view can be superb. It is only looking, after all.
After he speaks, you feel a weight gather about your shoulders as you settle down onto the platform. That's why I was floating that whole time. The spell has worn off. Can you get me down from here? Where can I find the serpents?
They are looking to find you, Analander. Each is waiting for you. Some are hiding, some are not. One waits for you in the very depths of Lake Iklala. He means to pick you off when you're at your weakest.
How can I find him?
If you must encounter him, I fear the only way would be to swim until he senses your tiredness. But that is a most foolish course.
Can you tell me the serpent's weaknesses?
These are most secret.
but some, I think, can be guessed at. The time serpent cannot be defeated.
From the forest to the north, the trees seem to part, and a gigantic bird lifts into view. Its talons gleam in the sunlight.
Get out of here, bird! Go away!
Grab the platform? What do? I think I'm gonna hold on. Okay, I'm gonna grab the platform. You grab the platform below, more to stop yourself from falling off in surprise than anything else. The bird approaches and swoops low. The priest screams. Then a moment later, he is gone. And the bird is flapping gently away. You are alone. There is nothing on the platform apart from a few stray spots of blood from where the winged creature's talons punctured the man's side. And the jeweled medallion. Oh no. Save him?
See the future.
Oh no. I think he's gone. I think he's gone. You can see him getting fucking eaten. Save him, you're a monster. I can't. All I can do is cast Zen and hover down. What about hot? No. Rewind? No, I think it's alright. I think it's alright. Oh, I don't have the medallion yet. I just leap off. Alright, I'm taking the medallion. This probably explains how we got up the pole in the first place. Okay, I'm going. Okay, rewind, you monster. Can't rewind everything. I can't. Some decisions have to be final. Okay. What do I sit on the pole? The spell was free, right? Sit on the pole. You float down onto the pole's platform and cross your legs to contemplate the sun. A few meditative minutes go by and you feel cleansed and well rested. Ooh! Time passes. A moment later you feel a great weight settle about your shoulders. It is your body weight returning. Your spell has evaporated and you're now stuck at the top of this gigantic pole. In the distance, a dark speck appears above the forest. Is the bird coming back for another, meal? Should I just wait? Wait and watch. The dark spot resolves into a bird-like shape and swoops low. A moment later, you have been snatched up into the air by the sharp talons. Where are we going? Carried away. Great wings beat above you. You wriggle and struggle, but there's no safe way down. Below, the steps transform into thick, tangled forest. We do have the ape. What if I try to talk to the bird? Talk to the bird or pray to the ape? Climb the creature. I like that one. Let me go! You demand of the great bird, hoping it perhaps can understand the common tongue, even if it can't speak it. And indeed, perhaps it can. The talons begin to slide from your flesh, and you are about to fall. Grab! Hold on, wait! You grab for the creature's feet, and it lashes back, kicking you sharply in the face. The talons retract, and you're tumbling downwards through the air towards the canopy. Why did I do that? You plunge to earth, the trees breaking your fall. Miraculously, you are largely unscathed by your ordeal. Get up. You pause as a thin, red-colored snake slides across your path. This fucking snake. What if I play the flute? Imagine going through all what I just went through, and then being like, no, it's time to You play a few notes on the flute, But it seems you are no talented snake charmer. The snake appears to be watching you, but then it lowers its head once more and begins to slither away down the path. Yep. I can become a giant. Or I can summon a giant. Rap, talk all languages? No, it's a snake. I'm gonna follow the snake. You follow the snake into the undergrowth. For a moment you lose sight of the creature, then a flash of red reassures you that you are still on its tail. But the snake should be far ahead of you. It is almost as if it wants you to follow. The snake reaches the foot of a tree and coils around the trunk. Okay. As you watch, the snake slithers quickly up the trunk. A moment later, its head drops down from a branch to stare at you. You approach the tree, catching a glimpse of a thick red band in the branches, and suddenly the whole thing erupts into flame. Charge forward. You charge forward, convinced the flame is an illusion. It is not, and you feel burning heat on your skin. But just as soon as it began, the fire goes out, leaving a badly charred tree. Looking up into the branches, you see the red snake peering down at you. It has grown tenfold in size, and two fiery wings are now folded across its back. Sly eyes watch your movements, as if deciding its next attack. You stare in shock and fear. The blaze of hissing fury must be the fire serpent.
Zap.
I don't have the ring. Stench. Speed. I could go really super fast. Float in the air. Sap. Didn't it say something about the water? Do I have like a water spell? Fireball? Why would I do fire against fire? Wind. I could just cause it. I'm gonna do Gale Horn. I'm blowing the horn and I'm causing a fucking tornado here. Tornado. Let's go. Oh boy. Consulting the constellations above, you bind the spell, placing your Gale Horn to your lips and playing a clear tone. A strong wind is summoned from the horn that blows down the serpent's fires. It hisses in fury and frustration and falls from the tree to attack you. But without its flames, it is severely weakened. Dude, oh my god. Okay, I gotta play well. You've got much more attack power than I do. I'm gonna hold off. Good thing. Alright. Now, I gotta do some stamina management. Crash against your defense. The creature coils its scaly body. Okay, it's getting ready. Does that mean it's gonna attack? I'm gonna go like 3.6. Good. Good. Quick stab cuts through the serpent's scales. The serpent is rearing back, but you catch it as it retreats. So it's rearing back now. I think I'm going all in. Yep. Good call. What an unbelievable fucking swordplay that was. Your only hope is to keep up the attack. You do not hold back. Blade high above your head, the serpent is rearing for you. You drive your blade into its open jaw. The serpent's fire flickers.
You'll die.
I can do better than that.
You will die here.
Fire licks the edges of the serpent's mouth. I'm going again. Ah. You will die here alone. The creature's claws draw inwards. All right, it's not going to attack. But I think it has way more than I can... Yes! 1.6. All right, I have to defend. I need to build this back up. You jab and step back. The snake is clearly fearful, moving back, attempting only a minor attack. A line of fire streaks along the length of the serpent. It's going to come all in here. Good. You draw back as the serpent arcs forward, quickly sidestepping the creature, smashes into the bushes behind, sending a wall of sparks. Snake eyes narrow and watch you. You just did 4.4. I'm going all in. Good. Alright. He's got a ton of power now. I'm gonna hold back. The flames around the creature flicker a deep, dark red. The creature seems to flash with heat. Yep, here comes a big one. Well, kind of. Alright. The creature flies a short distance into the air. I think it's probably gonna defend. The bat was harder than this, dude. I'm gonna defend twice. Shit, that was a stupid idea. Now we both are gonna... Serpent lashes out quickly with the tip of its tail. Didn't dive in. Heat rises from the creature's scales. Alright, is it gonna be more than 6.7? All in. That's really unfortunate, because that's horrible. I just took 4 fucking damage. That's really unfortunate. The serpent's fire grows dull after that. All in again. It's alright. Fire serpent rears back, escaping the worst of the blow. The creature shifts back a little. I'm gonna die. Fire creeps around the open jaws. I don't have enough. Yep, see? But now I do. Okay. The creature turns its fire. Okay, turns. Let's do 4.5. Good. Again, all in. 5.3, all in. No! I'm dead. No! Shit. Oh, that was risky. That was risky. Oh. Damn it. It's okay. I got so unlucky then. Alright. So I'm gonna go at 4.0. Good. 4.0. 6.0. Really good start. Serpent's fire flickers. The creature's claws draw inwards. Okay, 2.7. You're not going for an attack. You're drawing your claws in. Oh, shut up. Lost by... Alright. I'm being watched. Defend. I didn't have 1.6. A line of fire streaks along the... Okay, I think it's coming in for an attack. It's going to be more than 4. Yep. Alright, now I have the advantage. It's going in the air. It's going to do a little tail whip. Let's do 4.8. Okay. The fire grows dull. Alright, I'm doing literally 0.8. No, 1.0 is safe, right? 1.2. That's alright. The creature flies into the air, opening its jaws wide. Alright, it's gonna be a huge one. You only got like 4 or 5 after that. Flash with heat. I think you're coming in twice. Yep. The creature retreats a little into the trees. Alright, all in again. That's fine. I have complete advantage. Defend. Okay. I think a big one's coming in. The fearsome serpent rears its full height up into the air. Oh, yeah. This should be a win right now. It's gonna turn. Let's do like 3.8. Good. One more of those. All in. Heat rises from the creature's scales. All in. Dead. Is that panic you see in its eyes, or murderous intent? You risk another heavy cut. The fire serpent's eyes turn coal black, and it looks upon at you, questioning, helpless, in the final second before it turns to a dark, dead husk.
You step back, wiping your brow, sword heavy in your hand. You have now defeated 3 of the 7 serpents. You need to rest and recover. Your search for the serpents is, so far, taking its toll. You move on through the trees.
Yay! Okay. Back... Wait, where are we right now? That was interesting how that played out. I fucked around here for too long. My buddy got grabbed, maybe killed and eaten. I got grabbed. I fought to get let go. I drop right here. Snake is right here. That was cool. You gotta go get the water snake in the lake. Yeah, that's true. I need to get over here. Alright. The game plan is still intact. I wanted to go this way. Because I want to activate this beacon. Okay. Things scurry in the branches all around you. Clouds rumble as they roll across the darkening sky. The path looks wide and well used, but there are no signs of who or what uses it. Then a little further along, you reach a spot where the trail is suddenly narrower, with bushes tight on either side. Let's take a look. Oh dear. You pause to look at the bush and see that its branches are twitching ever so slightly, curling and uncurling like reaching fingers. I don't think I want to walk through that. Squeeze forward is not the play. That's not the game plan. I think I draw my sword and try to cut away at some stuff. You draw your long sword warily. The branches seem to curve back as though recoiling. But surely it's simply the breeze. I don't want to lose this sword if they grab it. I think I'm just gonna... I don't know. I think I'm turning around. I'm gonna leave because I'm more of a punk kind of guy who listens to rock. Wait, what? Not someone who watches Jerma, sorry. I'm kind of a punk rock guy. I don't want to be here. Alright. I like that comment. That's fucking funny. Hold on, I want to like save that one. Okay. You draw your I mean, this is clearly dangerous. I'm gonna go in here and it's gonna hurt me for like 8 damage. I'm turning around. I'm not doing this is very clearly a dangerous situation that I don't want to put myself in. Risk on. I have to leave. I'm kind of a punk rock kind of guy. So I just squeeze in there. Alright, I'm going in. You squeeze your way forward between 2 bushes which have overgrown the path, only to find yourself quickly tangled in them. It is lucky the Sightmasters cannot see this far. It would be embarrassing if the sergeant could see you now. Swing my sword. You raise your longsword to hack away the branches. They react faster this time. Long wooden tendrils whip out, grasping your wrists and arms. You cannot swing your sword now, and meanwhile, another tendril is looping itself around your neck. Maybe the ape can come and help us here? I'm going to pray to the ape. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the ape, but nothing seems to change. The bush keeps tightening its grip around your neck. You look to the heavens to cast a spell, but your arms are held fast by the strangle bush, and so you cannot craft any magic. The vice-like grip tightens. It's beginning to pull your body in 2 directions.
The grip of the strangle bush is turning to steel around your arms and neck. You can barely... You struggle and thrash, and then finally the ape comes to your aid. As the moon rises brightly and the bush turns involuntarily, reaching upwards instead of towards you, you waste no time in slipping clear. You shiver, wanting to leave this spot as fast as you can.
The ape, I think, it's funny because there's the ape and there's also the monkey, right? Well, there's a few different apes. And isn't the monkey, like, doesn't the monkey laugh at you sometimes if bad things are happening to you? I remember praying to the monkey, and it was like the monkey, you can hear the distant laughs of, like, howling laughter as the monkey, like, watches you get, like, hurt. I just distinctly remember that happening. Okay, well, let's go. Ape has been really good to us, though. The path winds tortuously through the forest. You still feel shaky from your encounter with the strangle bush. I didn't even get hurt. It's actually probably the best way to do that. Are you going to play Final Fantasy 16 today? I thought about it, but I think we're into this right now. I'd rather get to a good stopping point here. I mean, I'm not, the stream's not over. I'm just saying that probably not. Lies of J. Yep. Look, the High Council of the Sorcery Enjoyers. I've been waiting 296 days for this. You know what I mean? I think we owe them a little extra. The path winds. Time to move. You must find your way to the shore of Lake Iklala somehow. It seems impossible. And yet, there must be a way. The seers in Analand saw a path, dangerous, fickle, but present. You must find it. I wonder what happens if you stay with the bird. This is probably like a big bird's nest. This is probably I wonder if he's here, that like other magician guy. I'm almost out of food again. Alright, you walk on between the trees, another night begins, you need to rest. In the Snatta Forest. This is not good, but whatever. Laying your pack down by the roots of a tree, you try to stretch out despite the unsettling noises in the trees. I have eaten today, right? Yeah. You stretch out and rest. You dream you are trapped in a low straw hut. Its door sealed with bolts made of bones. A small fire is burning in one corner, but quickly spreads until you are surrounded by flame. You feel yourself starting to sweat from the heat. And you wake up to find a ball of fire raging mere inches from you. Look at it. Jesus. The fire does not seem to be fueled. It is a ball about 3 feet wide, gushing with smoke and steam. A moment later, it unravels, uncurling into a long animal form. It is a fire fox, and it's coming for your neck in a blaze of fur and fire. Sharpened blade. There's rock, which is turned to stone. Fog? Summon darkness. Ooh. That's kind of cool. I imagine when this spell gets cast, it plays the Diablo 2 sound effect. You know the one I'm talking about. The one that goes... You know that one? That, like... When the darkness is summoned in Act 2. The fox is made of light, you dope. I could, like, stink, but I can't do it. Fire is not a good idea. I'm summoning darkness. I think it's fun. Or I could do a force. No, let's summon darkness. Let's just do, who cares? Fuck it, let's go. You move the stars into alignment around you and clouds of dark fog billow out from under clothing. Your clothing. But they are quickly lost to the winds. Okay, well, I have to fight it. We're going all in. Good idea. 3 damage points. All in again. The firefox paces the earth before you, sparks of fire flashing across its fur. Driven by fear, you charge headlong. It snaps at you, but your blow lands in a spurt of blood and fur. It limps back, bleeding heavily. Dark blue flames gutter between clumps of ragged fur. All in again? It's gonna be close. Whoa, that was really painful. You feel yourself weakening. That's not good at all. That's the worst thing that could happen. Yes! Get that sneaky 1.6. Okay. A big one's coming. Really? The firefox drops to a crouch. Are you gonna defend again? I don't know. That's alright, okay. It killed me. Shit, I thought it was gonna be 1 damage. I did 2 health. The firefox's jaws close around your throat as it tears its head back. Your death is brief but very, very hot. Okay, well, we're trying again. I'm not gonna go all in this time, we're gonna go 6. Yep, perfect. Okay. Crouches down and snarls. We're doing 2. This is gonna. I think he's just gonna defend. 2.3.1. It's alright. Firefox's eyes flash a deep, hot red. That hurts so much! It's gonna kill me in 2 hits! The firefox scratches at its fur, even with defending. I just shouldn't even defend. I have to go all in. I'm dead. What the fuck? What? It crouches low and growls. It scratches at the earth. Are you even gonna do anything? I have to go in. It moves away. Again. I'm dead. Okay, hold on. Let's go 6.5.8, 5.9. Okay. Crouches down and snarls. Defend. Good. Build up my meter. It's flashing its eyes, deep, hot red. 6. Damn it! Retry, just kill me. Fuck. Again, defend. 6.7. There we go. Okay. Now I just gotta. He's gonna defend. Watch this. 0.5. Absolutely massive. What just happened? It dodges back a little. Again, you're gonna defend again, aren't you? 1.0. I fucking am gonna die. I can't believe I lost. 4.4. Oh my god. Just restart. Just fucking restart. What the hell? Why are you so much better at this than me? All in every time. I'm dead. Wait, no, I don't want to succumb. I'm just running. I'm running away. I'm running away. I'm not getting soft locked. I already did this. I'm out of here. See you later. Goodbye. Chad Fox versus Virgin Jeremy. This is the Sorcery Enjoyers High Council. We just wanted to say thank you very much for playing this again. This game does not get enough love, and it's wonderful seeing so many people enjoying it. Our council is few in numbers, but our hearts are big for these books and games. So we thank you for playing and entertaining our little jokes. Hey, I love this game. This is like how I started on Twitch. This holds a very, very deep sentimental value to me. So, yeah, I love this. This is great. Okay. I'm just going to keep moving. I'm not sleeping. I'm not going to get attacked by a firefox. Back to the town. The path leads into the village. Oh, I could go into the village again at night. This might be a bad idea. Oh, I'm not big anymore. They don't care. Push my way in. I could get big again. Will they think it's cool? They took it from me. I can't. Kid. Create illusions. God. Illusion of worship. I don't have a gold jewel. Read minds. Sense danger. I guess I could try, what else is there? Talk all languages. Don't we talk this? Wait. Pulling out the green wig, you wear it and cast a spell, but the Clatamen are not speaking, so there is no language for you to understand. What do you want? You ask. The Clatamen look at you without expressions. If they have understood you, they gave no sign. Let me pass, you demand. You remove the wig in irritation. I just have this green wig on. Oh, God darn it! Whatever. Put my wig away. I can't. They won't let me do big again. They don't want me to do it again. I guess I'm just gonna have to pay. I'm gonna run out of money. What about kid? Create an illusion. Requires a bracelet of bone. Let's do it. You move the stars into alignment around you and the bracelet at your wrist begins to glow. You have just a moment in which to choose your illusion. Turn myself invisible, turn myself into a monster. Monster, they like when I was big, remember? When I got huge, they were like, come on in. You create the illusion that you are a towering, infernal beast. But the Clatamen barely react. It seems they are too stupid to find you threatening. What? There's nothing you can do but wait for the spell to fade and try something. You hand over 2 gold pieces. The Clataman nearest to you seems to love the shininess and takes the coins. The other stands aside to let you pass. They do not speak, but one motions towards a fire where an animal is roasting on a spit. Okay, well. You look around the weird houses by the fire. You make your way to a space by the fire. Several Clatamen and Clatawomen are sprawled around, singing songs that consist of barks and squawks and occasionally turning a roach pig on a spit, reminding you of the poachers you met in Kare. One stands as you arrive, slapping her chest and then her head in some kind of greeting. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't know what I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what that means. I'm just gonna say hi. Greetings. They don't understand speech. She slaps herself again. Should I return the gesture? Return her gesture. You reply with the same gesture, and the clad woman stares in amazement, then falls about laughing. She repeats the gesture again. What? What am I doing? All right, repeat the gesture myself. You repeat the gesture again. The clad woman's eyes seem to all but pop out. Suddenly, she leans forward and smiles strangely, drawing up her lips and showing her teeth, which she then begins to pick. This continues for a moment, but when nothing happens, she stops in evident puzzlement. Perhaps she thought she was looking into a mirror. One of the cladmen by the fire waves you over and tears off a leg of a pig. I mean, I haven't eaten. You accept the roast meat, which is almost raw and barely palatable. Another of the cladmen brings you a mug of tea-like broth that accompanies the meat the way a running nose accompanies a feverish cold. Jesus. Okay. Eat more? I should probably have... I wonder if... They might know something about the serpents. I wonder. Ask about the serpents. Do you know of the 7 serpents? You ask. One of the Cladamans stiffens at the words. Perhaps he recognizes them, or has heard them from someone else. Either way, he begins to point vigorously at the fire with one hand, while with another he lifts a handful of dust from the ground and makes it as if to throw it on the flames. You realize he is telling you the weakness of the fire serpent, sand. Oh, sure wish I knew this. He's already dead. This is where I take out, like, I pull out, like, the serpent's head. I already got him. He repeats this pattern a few times before seeming to forget what he's doing and sitting back in silence. Let's have another piece of pig. You tear off another leg of pig and munch down on it. The Cladamans seem content. Presumably, living so close to the forest, they have a good supply of creatures to hunt. Suddenly, there is a sound behind you, followed by a hushed silence. Turning, you see a well-built Clataman, taller and stronger than the rest, approaching with unsteady gait. Before you can react, he lifts you and tosses you across the fire to a patch of ground near the gate. Am I getting kicked out? Oh. I thought they were throwing me out the arena. The large Clataman stumbles after you, growling loudly. You cannot understand his meaning. Then he raises a large club. Oh, greetings. Is he coked up? Oh, wait, law. Control non-intelligent creatures. There's dud, illusion of treasure. There's sap, I can cause depression. Gak, which is fear, I don't have the mask. Law is expensive, but it would probably work. Do it. You craft the spell and begin to attempt to take control of the Clataman's mind. The spell only works on unintelligent creatures. Now you will find out if they truly are unintelligent. The Clataman raises his club to swing it down on your head. I really hope you're stupid. Make him strike himself down. You hold your nerve, trusting to your spell. The Clataman's great biceps tense, and then the club comes crashing down, hitting into the Clataman's own groin. His eyeballs twist about in their sockets like flowers, turning towards a sudden ray of sunshine. Then his face turns a deep shade of blue. And he sinks to the dust. He turned blue by hitting himself in his own balls. Okay, the other Clatamen around the fire nod appreciatively. They seem to consider this a fair, ordinary fight, and you are the clear victor. The other Clatamen go and find their fallen champion. One of the Clada women slaps you on the back, making you cough and splutter. Another Clataman beckons from outside a nearby tent. His face is painted with strange spirals and markings. Okay. Let's go. You head over to the beckoning Clataman. From his tent, you catch faint wisps of strange herbal smells. Get over here! Attack him! Let's greet. You nod a greeting, which he returns, placing both hands on either side of your face. Then he begins to murmur a strange blessing. You feel strength filtering deep into your bones. His gift is a powerful one and deep. When you step back, you feel stronger, taller, and more confident. Got a max health upgrade. Thank him. You bow in thanks. He smiles and walks away from the fire. Any more serpents? Intrigued by the Clataman's first clue, you try and ask him about the serpents once more, but he merely repeats the same performance. Try communicating further. You look around for something to use to communicate further. Point into the teacup. Point at my sword. Point into the teacup. You point down into the water in a nearby teacup, and the Clataman nods. Grabbing a handful of burning fat from the pig on the spit, he tosses it into the cup. The Clataman whose cup it was becomes enraged, and the two begin beating each other around the head with rocks. Still, perhaps it is a clue. Should you try something else? I love these guys. All right. Point at the ground. You stamp on the ground. One of the Clata women shakes her head. Perhaps they do not know how to defeat the earth serpent. Or perhaps they think you are asking if you can plant vegetables here. It's impossible to tell. One Clataman picks up a stone and then punches it. Is that a clue? What about the sword? My sword. You indicate your sword, and the Clataman nod to one another. But it's unclear what they are saying. Perhaps they simply like swords. Enough of talking to these idiots. It is like communicating with a trained dog. What the fuck? What about the forest? What can you tell me of the forest of Snatta? You ask. The creatures look between one another blankly. For all their human shape, they do not seem to have a human thought in their heads. You stand and take your leave of the fire. Okay. I could probably get a night's sleep here, though. One corner of the camp is slung with hammocks. What they are for is unclear, as the Clata folk seem to have tents, but a few creatures are asleep in them already. You haul yourself up into one of the hammocks. They are far too large for a normal human, but this in fact makes it only more comfortable and ensures there's enough room for your pack. I think I'm safe here. You stretch out and rest. You seem left alone here, and your night is untroubled by dreams. During the past day, you gained a little max stamina, changed to using the long sword, used one provision and some gold, entered the steps, and you collected the sun serpent and the fire serpent, meaning there are 4 still out there. Next morning. Am I going to get a send-off from the Clataman? You wake after a peaceful night in one of the hammocks, feeling much refreshed. I think that's it. Appreciate it. Thanks for the help. Let's get out of here. Thanks a lot. I have much respect for the Clata folk. If you should ever need anything, do not hesitate to call. There are no phones. I've ruined everything. Alright, let's go down. You keep moving, the ground dropping a little. The air moves a little, still icy but fresh. To the southeast, a huge mountaintop rises, its peak dusted with snow. It is the southern extent of the Horns of Iklala. Near its base is a carved shape, a turreted tower built into the stone of the slope. You march onwards. Alright, we want to go here. You fall into a steady pace as you walk, ascending and descending. The moaning winds tug at your pack and sword. The scrub land is broken quite suddenly by a small waist-high post, to which is a nailed, written notice. You pause to read the sign. The writing is crabby and difficult, but you slowly decipher it.
Stop, traveler. Every wish can come true, for this post marks the grave of the god Biranga. Call his name close, see your eyes, blessed forthwith.
Call the name Binanga. Rose shift button is broken. Let's go ahead and, you know the one we're doing. You cast Sus. The voice indicates that there is some danger here,
But it does not specify what it is. Be careful.
I don't know what happens if I do this. Should I say it? Should I say Binanga? Binanga! You stand carefully by the post and call out Binanga to the empty air. Nothing seems to change. There is no sense of danger or blessing in the air. Wait, I have to close my eyes. You close your eyes. As the note instructed, nothing happens. You sense no danger. Binanga! You call out again, but there is still no response. Then you feel something move under your feet. Wait. You wait, and then your stomach churns. You are falling. You tumble, landing in the bottom of a conical sand pit that has opened beneath your feet. The top of the post is now only just visible, sticking out of the dirt at the bottom of the pit. Yes, invisibility. Ooh, this is a good place for it, too. I'm so glad I picked up so many of these items in this first and second game. Because something that you don't know, you actually can do playthroughs of this game and not have any of these items, and it like, sucks. Because it's like, fuck, I want to do that, I don't have the item. Let's do it. Let's go invisible. Let's see. It doesn't cost any stamina. Slip on the pearl ring and cast the spell, and slowly a filmy light extends from the jewel of the ring, surrounding your body. Something stirs in the dirt underfoot. Let's dig. You dig a little into the sand around the base of the pit. After a few minutes, you uncover the bottom of the pole, and beneath it, a chain. This is part of some mechanical contraption. A claw appears through the sand in the side of the pit. Are we just gonna... Are we gonna unclog the drain here? Pull on the chain. Oh, shit. Okay, you tug the chain and the floor of the pit shivers slightly, but you're not strong enough to haul the post back. The side of the pit collapses as a baby Badu beetle emerges. There's no time to do anything but draw your sword. This thing is stronger than a serpent. Yeah, I don't even have 11 stamina. 11 power. I have 8. Stiffens and rears up. We're gonna go very small, like 2.8. Good. Okay, that's clean. You aim a blow for its bug eyes. The Badu beetle mid-lunge bends away from your blade. The creature is losing its spines one by one. Alright, we go again, I think, at 4.2. Good. Skillful. Okay, green blood oozes from between the beetle's scales. Its long claws stretch. I think it's ready to come in. Defend. Good call. Good call. Okay, you fall over yourself trying to escape its reach. It straightens up. I think I'm going... Straightens up. All in. Stupid, but I still got it. You prepare your sword, you swing hard. The Bado Beetle leans aside, avoiding most of the blow. Okay. Probably coming in hard. No. Alright, that's fine. We'll both do it. You circle away from the Battle Beetle. It circles the other way. The creature's vicious claws open and close. I think that means like snap, 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 snap. Like I'm coming in. Yep. Alright, now I have all the control here. We're going in at like a 2 point... We're going at like 2.5. It scuttles backwards. It's okay. That's alright. Now we're going... It waggles its antenna, tilting its head. Full blast. I'm winning, so it's... Okay, this is fine. The Battle Beetle bug... The Bado Beetle bug stumbles and its jaws stretch wide in rage. The thing's cruel claws grasp at the air. I think it has a lot. I'm going to defend. Yep. It waggles its spiny arms in a strange motion and stands erect for a moment. Alright, well, we're going in. I have to go in. Yep. You never know. You never know. It could have been... honestly, look at how much bigger the bar is. He's got way more to work with. Scuttles forward. Defend. I could have probably... No, I couldn't have. It stiffens. I think I'm going all in. Still winning. Defend. Alright, that's fine. I think coming in for... As Highland begins to dig in the dirt. All in. Nope. Defend. It shifts sideways. Okay, if he goes all in, I'm in trouble. I'm gonna defend again. Okay. Its back legs throw up more sand. It's coming in for a full, like, 12.0. Oh my god. Do it already! It stoops down. Endlessly patient. It hurries a few steps back. Do it already! I don't want to... Okay, it rears up. Really? A 2.3? You smart piece of shit. Because now you still have enough to beat me if I go all in. I'm going... I don't care. Oh my fucking god, what a disaster. Oh my god! A huge... This is awful. This is really bad. I got him. That was so annoying. Outsmarted by a bug. You rush forward and stab, then your blade lands deep. You cut again, twist, and the Bado Beetle collapses on the dust. The beetle has died on its back. You could scramble up its body to get close to the edge of the pit. Let's look at the beetle first. You look over the dead beetle. Around one leg is a small metal tag on which is inscribed the word Bananga. Most curious. Bananga is the name of the beetle. It's not a god or like a priest or... It's literally the name of the beetle that somebody put here. Somebody was warning me. Stop, traveler. Every wish can come true, for this post marks the grave of the god Bananga. Who put this here? I'm climbing up the beetle's body. You clamber onto the beetle's hind legs, then scramble by leg up the body to the edge of the pit. The beetle's body shifts under your weight, and you clamber out just in time as it slides down out of reach. Look into the pit. The dead beetle's body lies in the bottom of the pit. You leave the side of the pit. You continue to walk. Okay, well that was eventful. Let's go over here first, because I want to turn this on. Actually, no. Let's explore all this so that I can turn it to the past. Let's explore everything in the present first. That's the best way to do it. Okay. You march onwards, climbing slightly. The dewy light from your pearl ring fades and disappears. Wait, I was invisible that whole time. How did Did he smell me? I was invisible. You notice something white, stark against the gray of the dust. Look at it. It is just a sliver of cool white, visible through the thin, dusty scrub. Something is buried here. Clear the dust. You wipe away the dust from the object. It is short, dirty white, and gently curved. Dig it up. You dig around the object and find two similar objects to the left and the right of it. They lie parallel in the dirt. Keep going. You squat down on your heels and dig in the dirt a little more. Eventually, you uncover 3 short white rods. And at that moment, it becomes obvious that they are finger bones of a hand clenched into a fist. The fist points upwards, as though its owner had been buried standing upright in the soil. Keep digging. You keep digging. The fist gives way to a wrist, and then an arm. It is as though the creature was trying to climb out when the soil of the land closed over its head. As you go lower, the bones start to accumulate a leathery coating. At first you think that it is the remains of a coat, but then once you locate an anchor and sail tattoo, it becomes clear it is skin, somehow preserved in the soil. Keep going. You are now seriously digging, which is hard work. You pause to take a break every few minutes and stop once more when you have the figure unearthed down to the waist. Its skull is a dried leather ball with 2 gray-brown eyes shrunken in the sockets. It wears a metal ring through its nose, and the remains of a beard are just visible. Its jacket is better preserved. Its color faded, but its buttons still intact. It wears a small 3-cornered hat. Sticking just above the waist are the remains of some kind of harness. It is possible this figure had a false leg. Keep going. Oh. It is hot now. You're starting to sweat in your tunic. You work harder still, creating a deep pit and getting down as far as the figure's knees. One leg is indeed wooden, the other trouser-clad bone. Do I have the ape? Yep. We're good. Keep going. The sun has reached its highest point now. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. You dig down to the figure's feet, so it is standing proud in a 5-foot hole. Water begins to pool around your feet. Heat beats down from a cloudless sky. The figure keels over, face down against the dirt. You've wasted a lot of time unburying it, but have discovered nothing. Search the figure. You rifle through the figure's jacket, but find nothing of interest in its pockets. Not even 1 gold piece. Take the hat? You take the hat from the creature's head, but it is of little use. It crumbles to dust in your hand. More interesting is what is left behind. Under the figure's thin covering of hair, you can see a dry, leathery scalp inked with another tattoo. You examine the tattoo carefully. It shows 2 long, thick lines that come together to form a V. At the top, another stroke crosses, so the shape becomes an inverted A. Inside the top of the A, near the tip, is a black X inside an O. Perhaps it's a map, but if so, it is surely too vague to read. Rebury the body. You begin to pull dirt back into the pit, intending to rebury the body. Suddenly, the creature in the pit begins to shiver and shake. It is moving, arms reaching out to grasp you. How do you skewer it? It's a skeleton. Ah! Through the bones. It's not gonna hurt. It doesn't do anything. He's got a tattoo map on top of his head. I'm gonna watch. You watch in horror as the eyeless creature drags itself up from the pit to the edge. then stumbles and clatters away westward across the steps. It disappears into the dust. Though after a short while you hear a clattering sound, most likely the sound of its bones falling to bits around it. Look in the pit. The pit is now half filled with sparkling, gleaming water. There must be an underground river that is feeding it. You move quickly away from this ghoulish place. Okay. There's this kind of rundown building. There's these stones. We're already up here, or I can turn on the device, this thing. I would like to explore first. So let's go here. We can turn this back later. You walk on, the ground dropping a little. The afternoon is starting to draw on. The sudden sound of voices to your right startles you. Look around. Oh dear. You spin around to see 7 hooded shapes, squatting on the ground, playing some sort of weird game, chanting in a curious tongue. Listen to the chant. You listen closely to the voices, then stiffen as you realize one is calling you by your name.
We have awaited you. You have made good time to us. We are the 7 spirits. Come join us.
You raise your eyes to the heavens, but there's nothing here. Strange. You've heard rumors of spots where no stars at all are in alignment, but you've never found one before. The figures beckon you towards them, into the very center of this magical darkness. There's no stars in the sky here. I don't know, they seem kind of friendly. Seem approachable. Warily you approach. Who are these creatures? How do they know your name? Will they offer advice, or are they dangerous? As their skull mask faces suggest. The spirits rise from the ground as you approach, gliding silently through the air, passing through one another as they mingle and encircle you, linking hands. This is where you run.
Caution is understandable, but fear us not.
What are you?
These bodies are not our natural bodies, merely shells. We cannot touch you. We cannot harm you.
How can you help me?
We can give you knowledge. A chant we know will protect you from all harm.
Show me your true forms. Tell me the chant.
Oh, yes.
The spirits begin to turn and dance around you, chanting in a whispering unison, but you cannot understand the words.
Repeat. Sing with us.
Repeating words in a language you cannot understand is difficult. You try, but stumble over the first few lines.
Abil, Mandabil.
As they chant, you begin to feel stars appearing in the sky above you. Magic. I can see stars now. Protect from magic. That one works. There's also zap. I don't think that's going to hurt anybody. There's mud. Quicksand. Rap. I can understand. I can understand. That was like a Boston moment right there. Oh, rap. I can understand all languages. All right. Well, I can understand the spell now, is what I'm saying. That one's interesting. Read minds is interesting. Let's get a couple of options for you guys to decide. All right. Rap. which is talk all languages and understand all languages. There's Mag, which is protect from magic. Mag. And then there's also Zap, which is great lightning. 60-second poll. Let's do. What do you want? What do you feel like? What do you feel like doing? There's also some other stuff too. There's, I guess Tell is there, but I think those are the most interesting. Yeah, one is understanding, one is protection, and one is just chaos. So, however you feel. Which one is reading minds? Tell. Although it might not work because they might not be physically here. The person has to be physically in your line of sight for it to work. And these are specters. I don't know if that would work. Possible it might. Alright, what are we thinking here? Is it rap? It's overwhelming. Alright, we're gonna do talk all languages. Taking the wig from your pack, you pull it onto your head and form your spell. Suddenly the words of the chant resolve themselves into something you can understand. I call to be damned. I offer a sign. I call to be damned. No idols are mine. The words go round and round, over and over, building in force. With the wig on your head, it is almost more than you can bear to listen. They're gonna slurp the ape? They're gonna slurp... Oh no, you said usurp the ape. Like slurp him up? They're gonna slurp up the ape. I gotta run. They actually are gonna replace my god with something horrible, I think. They're gonna slurp the ape up. They're going to usurp... usurp? How do you say that word? How do you say this word? Usurp? That sounds weird. Usurp? Usurp? Usurp. I don't... The word doesn't sound right anymore. Usurp? Usurp. That word does not sound real anymore, right? Say it a few times and out loud in your room. That word doesn't sound real anymore. I don't have an option. I'm gonna try to keep it on. I need to run. I need to get out of here. Should I keep listening or take off the wig and get out? I feel like if I keep listening, then I'm probably gonna die. Keep listening? You keep listening, the chant goes on and on. The clouds begin to churn in the sky, then a loud crack breaks the stillness as a bolt of lightning skewers the place where the seven spirits stand. The light clears, and they have vanished. I'm running. I'm running. Something is very wrong. You turn and start to run, but you cannot get free. Something like a clawed hand has a hold of you and is pulling you towards the top of a low mound. The ground itself is transforming into a face, and you are walking into an open, wide smile. You struggle and strain, but there is nothing to fight but the wind. Your heels score tracks in the dust. The force on you is like 100 invisible hands. Then you are above the wide open jaws of a face in the ground. This must be holy ground to some dread spirit long forgotten by the civilized people of the world. But you will not learn its name. You are not to be a follower. You are to be devoured. Strike back. Strike back. You raise the sword to swing, but stumble back under the weight of it. Your arms seem unable to lift the blade. I'm so weak. But no, looking down, you see your legs are suddenly thin, and your hands are thin and bony. Reaching up to your face, you find your hair is coming away in clumps, and wrinkles are spreading over your skin. The serpent face in the ground laughs. The jaws of time are inescapable. Hey! You look to the heavens intending to cast a spell, but you cannot see the stars anymore. Your eyes have grown blurry.
and unfocused, and the night swims as if you were underwater. You tumble to the ground, and you hear the snap as the bones in your hip and pelvis give out. The serpent shifts closer. You open your mouth to cry out, and your teeth scatter to the floor. A moment later, you are a skeleton. You stare out through bone-dead eyes, cold, dry bones. You are nothing but cold bones, but then the winds drop once more, the clouds roll back, the steps are clearing, you feel yourself becoming young once more, bones strengthening, skin tightening, whatever was pulling you towards death has released its grip. You turn to see a gigantic shape lift into the ground and swoop away northeast. It leaves a strange trail as it flies, and the wind from its movement knocks you to the ground. You stagger backwards, glad to be alive, and keen to leave this accursed place. Made like ripples in time. Interesting. Well, that's the time serpent. And this is where the time serpent is now. That was the time serpent. Just fucking with us. I do want to see what this is before I aim the beam at it. You set off across the steps with an easy stride, but the firm, dusty ground becomes spongy, and after a while, you're no longer walking on firm ground, but rather striding between waist-high weeds in a deep and stench-filled marsh. The evening is drawing in, soon it will be dark. Suddenly you hear a loud shouting and splashing from the ground of reeds close at hand. Stand my ground. You stand your ground as the voices approach. You soon recognize them as marsh goblins. They enter the clearing, panting hard as though running from something. Greet them? I mean, if they're running from something, I think I could... Hold on. Should I bring a goblin out and be like, look, I got a goblin. I got a goblin. Will they be annoyed by that, or will they be... I wonder. Talk all languages is interesting. I could talk to them. Cause sleepiness. Can't do smell. I could do... let's talk. I'm gonna talk. Okay. Removing the green wig, you put it on and complete the spell. The goblin's guttural tongue begins to transform into words.
Who is this creature?
The first goblin says. We gotta go right out of the gate here. I mean you no harm, you reply. The goblins almost jump out of their skins as they realize you can not only understand them now, but also communicate.
We don't have time for this. We must escape.
What are you running from?
We're being chased by a terrible serpent. It does not seem to matter how fast we run, however, it is always ahead of us. It's like it knows what we're doing at each turn.
Why is it chasing you?
It's been coming for us since we encountered the sorceress Bria. She told us this parchment would save us, but we've been persecuted. The serpent is clearly scared of it. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is.
Give me that parchment. What serpent is this?
Which? One? Like, this is bad enough. One's bad enough. It seems to know every moment before we know it ourselves.
Give me that parchment. It will save you from the serpent to be rid of it. The goblins look from one to another uncertainly.
This parchment is our only hope.
I am a sorcerer. I will read it to you. For you. It is of no use to you. Hand it over, or I will run you through. I am a sorcerer. I will read it for you. I'm a sorcerer.
It is worth trying.
They hand over the parchment and step back, as though expecting the ground to open underneath you. Of course, nothing happens. Read it. You unroll the paper and look it over. Unfortunately, it is written in a language you cannot understand, despite your spell. Licks. Thank them. You thank them, and they shrug.
It will do you little good, stranger.
You nod to the goblins, thankful for their help.
We must hurry. We must go.
They select a path through the marsh and begin to move. Attack them. Let them go. We need friends. You stand aside and the goblins hurry away through the marsh. They move with the speed of rats. Though, peering into the distant fog, you cannot see what it is they are afraid of. Licks. L-I-X. Alright, let's go over to the rune. The marshes give way to more solid, barren ground. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. Something is visible in the distance to the south, perhaps man-made, or perhaps a freak of nature carved from the rocks, but it resembles a low stone building. Interesting. The temple, behind the temple. Alright. Okay. Some very clear directions to go to. This looks interesting. This is interesting. This is interesting. I'm gonna just say let's go... maybe the well first? Start at the well. You skirt around the building and the bits of rubble that surround it. Around the side of the ruin, you find an old well house. The well is an ancient mud brick structure. If it once had a cover, it has long since rotted. But the metal winch handle is still in place, and an old bucket on a rope hangs from it. Drop the sun serpent orb into the well. I kind of just want to see what happens when I do this. I'll rewind. Drop the sun serpent orb into the well. You lean over the well and then drop the orb containing the sun serpent deep into its depths. For a moment, your heart swells with excitement, but then, as the dust clears, you realize you have not destroyed the serpent, you have only set it free. It boils upwards like a rising fireball, radiating a terrifying heat. The serpent is a blaze of yellow fire, almost too bright to look at directly. Cast a spell. I don't have anything that connects G. Damn it. I need that fucking ring. Okay. Shield. No. No. We'll go. Rewind. Okay. I'm gonna look in the bucket. You haul the bucket over the side of the well and look into it. It is quite empty. Clearly, this well has not been used for a very long time. Let's lower it. With some effort, you get the handle of the well to turn and lower the bucket down into the well shaft. Keep going. You lower the bucket all the way to the end of the rope. There is no splash from below. It seems the well is dry after all. Okay. Raise the bucket. You turn the old creaking handle, raising the bucket up the shaft. Anything in it? You look into the bucket. A snake leaps out at you from inside, and you spring back just in time to avoid being bitten. The bucket falls to the ground, and the snake slithers out towards you, fangs bared. Is this one of the dreaded 7 serpents? It seems very small. This is bait. It's not a serpent.
Talk all languages again.
Illusion would work. Fix requires a staff of oak sapling. Wait, was it licks or fix? You know what I'm asking? It was licks. Let's do something fun. Let's make an illusion. We have the bracelet, might as well use it. Oh. You bind the constellations into design around you. The spell has no effect. It seems the snake is not intelligent enough to be fooled by an illusion. Okay, well, this is pretty evenly matched. We're going all in. 50% HP. Done. Already. The yellow snake looms up from the bucket, spitting. You lash wildly, aiming to chop the creature down, as it also leaps forward. Thick snake blood pours along your sword blade. I think I can go again, because that was all I'm going again. And it was huge, and it was almost a 2-hit kill. Snake is weakening its snarls across the ground. I think I go again. There's no way you're going to be able to do it by better than that. And you're dead. Perfect swordplay. Flawless fighting. You slice a side blow. The snake hisses as it dies. Alright, you return to the side of the well. We're good. What else can I do here? Maybe should I float down? Force field. Float in the air. Let's do float in the air. See if I can go in there. Oh, that... Lower the bucket? Oh, fuck. Okay, climb. I'm gonna climb into the well. You feel inside the edge of the well for handholds. It has been at least a day since you last wandered through a sewer, after all. But there are none. The stone edges of the wall are smooth, and the well itself is too broad to shimmy down. But you could always climb down the rope, of course. Yeah, I'll be good. I'm floating. I'm literally floating right now. You steel your courage and swing your legs over the edge of the well, regarding the darkness far below. The rope is old and probably rotten, and should it break, there will be no way back up. Climb down. Hand over hand, you lower yourself into the ancient well shaft. Okay. With your reduced weight, you scramble down the rope without difficulty until you are hanging just beside a crystal seam in the rock. Look at the crystal. Dig out the crystal with my sword. Use the Anilan sword instead. Okay. Hold on. What is this? The seam of crystal is quite beautiful. The soft rock walls are studded with fists and lumps of green and blue gem glass. There must be a fortune down here. Perhaps even a layered strata of pure wealth. If only the backlands could be mined by the King of Aniland. Let's use the shitty sword. Using your old sword awkwardly in the narrow confines of the well shaft, you dig a fistful of gems out of the wall of the well shaft. You cannot catch them all and they fall, but thankfully land in the bucket a short distance below you. Ooh! I didn't lower it all the way. The bucket was lowered halfway, right next to me. You have blunted the edge of your blade in the process, however. Should I dig for more? More. You keep digging, hoping to get even more crystal from the rock wall. And you do, getting several crystals the size of skulls. But then your spell wears off. The rope begins to groan and then starts to spin violently. It is unraveling. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Then it snaps and you fall, hitting the bucket below. Saved! For a moment, you think you are saved, but of course, nothing is holding up the bucket. You fall into the depths of the well. When the bucket shatters, your neck goes with it. You have fallen to your death. Your adventure is at an end. God damn it. Okay, well, I got greedy. Okay. Thankfully land the bucket. Dig for more. Wait. Shit. I did the thing. It's the same thing. Okay, use the alien sword. Okay, go back up. Alright. I didn't know if I could do anything else. Okay, go back up. Not wanting to risk the spell wearing off, you clamber up quickly. Okay, now I'm gonna get the gems. Raise the bucket. You bring the bucket up to the well. Look in the bucket. You check inside the bucket. The bottom of the bucket is also filled with uncut gemstones and glittering rock. This haul must be worth scores of gold pieces. Take the gems. You scoop up the gems from the pocket. You scoop up the gems from the pocket and pour them gleefully into your money pouch. An excellent find. The gems are an assortment of different types of stone and will require an expert to sort, value, and cut them. But the sheer size of them is jaw-dropping. Several are the size of eggs, and one is the size of a small cat. Who can I bring these to? The jeweler from the village. The jeweler from the village. Ah, maybe I can go back. Okay, leave the well. Pleased with your work, you stride away from the well. I need to eat. Because I'm dying and I... Let's eat. Okay. Good. Let's go in here. Ooh. I love this art style. What's the artist's name? What's the artist's name? Let me look it up. Sorcery artist. I should know this. Why don't how have I forgotten this? Ian Livingston. That's who it is. Ian Livingston is the artist. I love it. Okay. You climb up onto the plinth on which the structure stands. It appears quiet enough, though whether it is structurally sound or not is another matter. Cool. One of the pillars of the temple seems to take a step sideways, or was that your imagination? You step inside the temple. The floor space is quite empty, but the walls are decorated with long lines of strange hieroglyphs that remind you a little of the symbols decorated the ancient shrine of Korga in Kare. You cannot read them, but may be able to decipher them if you look more closely. A little dust trickles down from the temple roof. Okay, so this is a Korga shrine. Korga, if you... to recap Andy here. Korga is a god in this game, a god. And if you... the god's very easy to anger. It's the god of... what is it? Chaos or something? You have to do a very specific step of instructions to get the favor of Korga, or it'll kill you instantly. Let's just read. The hieroglyphs are not exactly like any language you have seen before, but they are similar to others you know. You spell out the first few words aloud. This temple built by priests Yadu in honor Throff, goddess of earth. Wrong lore, fake fan. Oops. Those not of faith are forbidden, and these must not speak the name Throff. You stop suddenly. There's a deep rumbling in the ground below your feet. Don't say the name Throff while you're reading the name Throff. I forget what happens here. If I don't have Throff for a god, I can't be here. I think I just need to get out of here. Ian Livingston's a different author. John Blanche is the artist. Really? I always thought that Ian Livingston did the art. Hold on. Let's confirm this. Ian Livingston is an English fantasy author and entrepreneur. Along with Steve Jackson, he's the co-founder of a series of role-playing game books, Fighting Fantasy, and the author of many books within that series. Something also very interesting about Ian Livingston and Steve Jackson, right? He co-founded Games Workshop in 1975. Just to make sure you understand who you're talking about and who you're dealing with here. This is the guy who created Games Workshop. So those of you that want to know, this is the start. This is the pavement of the road for a ton of things that you think are cool nowadays. Time the person out that is Resident Sleeper. I don't want to ever see them ever again. I never want to see them in this chat ever again. Until tomorrow. They can come back. And by tomorrow, I mean in goldfish years, so like maybe 10 minutes. All right. Don't think this is a good idea. I don't want to beg Throff for mercy. That's me saying Throff. I'm not allowed to say Throff if I'm not a Throff follower. I'm getting out of here. I don't know why I thought that just said beg Throff for money. I'm leaving. Oh, fine. I'll read more. Death is certain unless the victim will become a follower of Throff. Well, there you go. At the third use of the goddess's name, something happens. The rumblings subside, and a woman in leather armor steps out of a carving in the wall. Mortal, you speak my name thrice in my temple. Do you wish to follow me? Yes. No. This is really important because say goodbye to the ape. I need a poll here. Saying yes removes the ape permanently, by the way. But we'll have Throff. Throff is a very powerful god, very powerful goddess. We need a 60-second poll. Are we becoming followers of Throff? Right now, yes or no? John Blanche did lots of Warhammer illustrations. I mean, this is like the founding fathers of all fucking like role-playing games. No? I'm seeing a lot of no's. I feel like there's a lot of people here that are going to be upset about the ape being gone. Where's the poll? I'll get it. Let me see. Here we go. All right, what do you think? I'm just gonna say yes or no. You know what it is. Or Throff or no Throff. I say who? Throff or ape. There you go. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Sorry. I thought this was going to be the complete other direction. Nice background, idiot. What's your background? I'll let it play out, but it doesn't look good. But wait a second. Apes are coming in. Roth is holding it, though. I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be close. It's going to be really close. Some of you just sprinted to your computer to click the ape button. I could hear the footsteps down the hall. It was you were running to get over here. Okay? No. Then I will bury you, replies Throff, opening a crack in the ground beneath your feet. From above, the roof cracks and a slab of rock falls. Do not alter my beliefs. Your heart is resolute and you are fixed. The rock overhead falls. It is your capstone, and the ground below is your grave. You have been buried alive. Okay, so we just don't step over here. Alright. I'm going to push one of the pillars. Testing the strength you heave against one of the temple's pillars. It seems solid. Then a moment later it shears and gives way. The whole structure is sliding down on top of you. Dodge. You dodge backwards as the gigantic roof of the building tilts, sliding in your direction. You are still alive, but you're now trapped beneath an enormous pile of rubble. Help! Help me! Help! You cry out feebly for aid, but of course no one comes. These are the Clatterback steps, and no one lives here. Roth traitors deserve the key. Oh my god. I could summon a giant.
Please, giant friend, help me. I'm buried under all of this rubble.
I can't teleport. I could grow in size. That one works. I'm dead in one hit. You cast the enchantment, rapidly growing to 18 feet in height. But in such a small space, there is no room for the transition and you end up terribly squashed. I just made it worse. Alright, push the stones. I'm big now. You heave and push with all your might, and finally a few of the stones begin to move. You keep pushing yourself through until you squirm out from underneath the giant pillar and lie gasping on the stone. The temple is now completely destroyed. Dust spiraling up into the air. You search through the rubble, but find nothing of use. The plinth is now knee-deep in broken stone and pebble-sized rocks. Take a pebble. Okay. I now have access to grenades. You gather up a couple of pebbles from the plinth, of the right size and shape to be useful in spells, but of the ancient temple's treasures and artifacts, there's nothing more to be had. Oh. Did I lose access to this? I think I did. I destroyed the whole place. There's nothing more to be done here. You leave the ancient building behind, and you stride forwards. Okay. Okay. We're cool. What about... Okay, so now I'm going to go over here. And let's aim this in this direction and see what this looks like in the past. Then we can aim it up here, too. We've got a lot to do. Okay. You sink lower in the mud. We already did this. You go through the marsh. Just keep walking. We're fine. We won't sink. It's just the marshlands. And now let's go into the mountains. Last hit point, dude. It's true. I gotta pee. Let's take a break. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Seeing some people saying common throth hell. Seems like there's a little bit of a war here. We got the ape still, we're fine. Okay. Back to it. And hello. Alright, so we are at another tower. If you want a quick little recap. We ruined this temple. Pissed off an incredibly powerful goddess. Chose the ape. Got like tortured over here by the time serpent. Time serpent kind of fucked off over here. As it looks like, at least. It looks like that. And now we're here. At one of these beacons. You approach the edge of the mountains in the base of an old stone tower carved from the cliff face itself. From the battlements of the tower protrudes a strange brass cylinder nestled between the stones. Is a large closed wooden door. Okay. Let's just knock on the door. You knock on the door, there's no reply. I only have 1 HP, so I can't really cast any spells. So we're just gonna have to go in. You try the door to the tower, it's locked, but the wood is ancient and rotten and could most likely be easily broken. Break down the door. You take a run up and then charge at the door, smashing straight through and tumbling to the floor inside. Hopefully this doesn't kill me. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm gonna die here. Okay, you pick yourself up off the ground, only finding yourself staring into the snarling jaws of a wolfhound. It is clearly half mad with starvation. There's no time and no choice. Let's go 6. Good. Okay. That was clean. It limps back, bleeding heavily. If I get it close again here, like 3 point... Let's do all in. I just completely ruined everything. I'm dead. I thought it was... Good. Okay. This time, it's gonna defend. I'm gonna defend too. And then we full blast. Yep. Alright, we're good. Full blast again, that should do it. Barely, but we got it. Alright, I'm good. The wolfhound howls a gurgling, blood-soaked sound that rings inside the tower, and then it dies. You wipe your long sword, and how much harder would this be without the long sword, I wonder? +2. You wipe your long sword and gasp for breath as you look around the room. The wide tower base is empty, except for a flight of spiral stairs leading up to a hatch in the ceiling overhead. Search the shadows. You try to ignore the smell of wet blood that fills the chamber and search the gloomy arches under the spiraling staircase. In a forgotten corner, you unearth 3 gold pieces. Take the money. You take the coins and drop them into your purse. Time to leave this gloomy place. Yes, we're going to go turn this on. I should sleep here. You clamber up the spiral stairs to the hatch and go through onto the roof of the tower. The cool wind of the steps hits you full in the face, snatching your breath away. This tower stands on the slope of one of the horns themselves, looking out over the whole of the steps. The tower bears another brass cylinder similar to the last. There are powerful, unusual stars here. Unusual stars? Why are they unusual? Unusual. I could see the future again here. Activate the beacon. Takes a moment. The beacon is now activated. And... okay, look what I could do. Here's the... I could aim it here. Or actually, right here. I could complete the bridge with this one. And turn that beacon into the past. Is there anything here worth exploring? Probably that. So remember, this is the past. So this was the temple. Now it's something else now. It's just the one little spot. This is still here. Let's check out this. Because I want to see what this is. I want to see this in the past, and I want to see over here in the past, too. That should do it, right? Let's also rest. Go get the ring. I'll go get the ring. You could not choose a better place to rest. You close the latch and lie down on top of it. Nothing will accost you now, unless it has wings. At least you've eaten once already today. Thank God. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. You feel quite safe. You do not dream. You ran out of provisions and gained some gold, and you collected the Sun Serpent. So you now have destroyed 3 of the Archmage's serpents. Okay, look at the view. You go over to the battlement and lean out. Looking north, you see the edge of the thick and verdant forest, the fabled trees of Snatta. You heard about them as a boy, of course, but never dreamed you would see them for yourself. Between there and here is nothing but the level flats of the steppes, layered like the scales on a serpent's back. A thin column of smoke rises from a point just before the tree line. It must be the village of the Clattermen. You look away from the view once more. Let's get down here. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. The mountains east are impassable. Alright, so let's see what this is now. I feel like I'm going to get fucked with by the time serpent again, but this is in the past. You're walking through boggy marshland. A few clouds hurry across the sky. You cross the marshland and pause inside a ring of 7 standing stones. Look at the stones. Each stone in the ring is the size and breadth of a man. They stand straight upright, except for one, which has listed sideways like an arthritic finger. A few are carved. In the very center of the ring, a flat stone lies an inch or so below the water level of the marsh. Wet things gulp and groan in the mud below. One time I listened to one of your streams so I could go to sleep, and it gave me the worst nightmares. It's not my fault. That's the entire, 4 or 5 servings of macaroni and cheese you ate before going to bed. That has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with me. Come on, Gwen. Okay. Should I go stand on it? Let's look at it. You trace the carving on one of the nearby stones. It shows a fearsome bird rising up into the sky, wings blotting out the rising sun. Let's just go stand on it. Fuck it, why not? You go stand on the central stone, but nothing special occurs. If there is magic here, you cannot fathom it. You step out from the circle once more and plod on through the marsh water. So I don't get it. Maybe this is where you cast licks? It's been a long time, I don't remember. Besides last year when I played it. Yeah, you gotta go back 7 or 8 years. Okay, let's go. I want to see this too. And this. Laughing my ass off. What is this YouTube donation shit? I don't know. I didn't even look at it yet. I have not even opened up my Twitch dashboard to even see what that is. Like, I know what it is, but I haven't even looked at it. All right, the ground itself seems to give way to bogland until you are splashing through marshland once again. You stumble upon a low, round structure. It is the mouth of a well. Oh, it's the well. The well is the only thing that's here. Is there more gems in here? I'm going in. Should I throw a stone? Toss a stone. You toss a stone into the well. It falls for a few seconds, and then you hear a splash. So there's water in the past. As you stand by the well side, you hear a scraping noise from within. And after a few minutes, two curved claws emerge through the opening, hooking onto either side of the well mouth. Something is pulling itself up. Dislodge the hooks. Acting quickly, you knock the hooks free. There is a scream, very human, as the figure inside the well falls. There is a distant splash and then silence. Oh shit. Are you in there? You cry, leaning over the edge of the well. There is no reply. I think I just killed somebody. Look into the well? You stare down, hoping for a response, but can make nothing out below. Toss down the rope ladder. Acting quickly, you tie the rope ladder to a peg on the well house and toss the rope ladder down. For a moment, you think it has done no good, but then the rope goes taut. Someone is climbing up. Am I just running at this point? Like, why would you run? Wait. You wait as the figure clambers out of the well and then dusts itself down. They collect up the rope ladder and hand it back to you.
Thank you, stranger,
The creature declares. Greetings, you declare. The creature doffs its hat, rubbing a bruise on its head, as it hands you back the stone you threw down the well. Then without a further word, it turns and disappears what? Is there something else I could have said? It's just... Okay. You continue to walk. With a big bruise on his head. Can I go up here? Let's see. The air is warm. Oh, wait a minute. I can... What's this? Have I been? I haven't been here. You keep moving, ascending and descending. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. This is the eastern slope of the Badubak Ridge. Let's move on. Oh, it's too steep. I can't get up there. It's too steep. But I want to... Who's in this hut? Could I have floated? Or... I guess I can. Let's do... this doesn't cost any stamina. Let's hover. Looking to the constellations, you craft the spell, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently into the air. You rise a short way up the rock chimney, but the whole ascent is a long way. Keep going. The spell carries you high, and without incident or weakening, you land gently on the mountain top. Here we go. Ooh, okay. Your weight returns, and you settle gradually back down to the ground. This was once perhaps the cone of a volcano. Now it is a wide, dusty stone bowl, but it is not empty. In the center stands a circular dwelling with a steeply pitched canvas roof. Look at the chimney. Looking more closely at the chimney in the rock, you notice a faint purple aura surrounding some of the stones near the top, and a few faint purple glows further down. Perhaps there is some enchantment on this flue. Or perhaps it is simply a color the owner of the hut enjoys. Cold winds claw at your skin. They might just like the color. You're going the wrong way. There is no wrong way. There's only forward in sorcery. There's no wrong way. Drop a stone down the chimney? What can I do here? Well, I keep dropping rocks on people's heads. I mean, this is a great opportunity to send a goblin in. Yeah, let's do it. I'm doing it. Okay. Casting your spell across the goblin tooth, the tooth erupts into a column of smoke. And a moment later, a goblin warrior is standing in front of you. Order the goblin into the hut. You point at the hut door and order the goblin to proceed. It does so, but a moment later has vaporized into a pile of dust. Clearly something very powerful lives within. Alright, now drop a rock down the chimney. You grab a nearby stone and toss it over the side of the mountain. It plummets just as fast as you might expect, careening and bouncing from the chimney's sides until it explodes into particulate dust halfway down. A few loose stones tumble over, the sheer drop to the east and disappear. Send another goblin in? That'd be funny. I could do big. Safe passage? How is a good one here? Do another goblin? What about sus? I mean, we casted a free sus because I said to a goblin to go in there and investigate, and he got fucking liquidated. So we know it's dangerous in there. Let's do big. And just like walk over there. Why not? You wind the starlight into shape, quickly expanding to triple your size. Let's go. Into the chimney. I can't. Can I? No. This is. I'm gonna slide down. The pass? No, we're going in the hut. I'm going in the hut. You approach the hut. Its walls are made of painted wooden planks, well set into the rock below. This is no temporary shack or a traveler's tent. A little thin smoke is rising from the stack. There's strong and generous magic here, as often occurs high up. Knock on the door. You approach the door and you knock. From inside, a wizened voice calls.
You're late.
Enter the hut. Intrigued by the voice's words, you open the door and hunch down low and squeeze yourself into the... Oh, I'm big. What's the point of being this huge? Okay. Inside the hut, there is no room to stand up. It is a small place made even smaller by your spell of giantism.
Let us suppose that I am a sorcerer, and you are a sorcerer too. Do you know which of us is the more powerful?
There is no contest. It is I.
Just so.
A moment later, there is a snatch of music, and suddenly your legs and arms jerk upwards, then fall still.
What was that?
There's another burst of magic, and your legs begin to kick and pirouette you around. You are dancing. I'm getting, yeah, jig. Stand still. You try to hold your body still, but it is useless. It is not that your limbs are under external control, but rather the compulsion to dance, like the compulsion to sneeze, is so strong you cannot resist for more than a moment.
I see you are not powerful enough to counter that. Stop the music.
The music stops, and you collapse into a nearby chair.
I know the spell.
You hear the speaker rise and approach. A wizened, calloused hand is offered.
Welcome. I mean you no harm, as you can tell by my advanced age.
Puh, spit on the hand. No, greetings. Okay. Gentle light is filling the hut, and you can now see the sorceress, a woman, so ancient that her features are lost within a mess of wrinkles. She smiles as you look at her.
I could be anybody under all these years, could I not?
Who are you?
My name is Bria. I am a sorceress of High Zaman, though I left that place some time ago.
You're welcome. She frowns.
Though if you continue stomping around in here at 3 times your proper size, you're going to knock something over. So we won't have any more of that.
It'll pass. Hey, it'll pass soon, don't worry. It'll pass. Cancel the spell. No, I'm good. I'm hanging out. I'm big. It'll pass soon, you reply casually.
Not soon enough.
Bria clicks her tongue and reaches into a pouch by her side, producing something the size and shape of a die.
What is that?
You say as you lean forward, bumping the part of your forehead that hurts the most onto the beam that is the support beam of the roof.
Ow!
It's a giant's tooth,
She replies, casting it onto the floor. A moment later, smoke is hissing from the tooth. Are we having a giant fight? Step back. You step back quickly, expecting a giant to materialize in the middle of the hut. But nothing happens. The smoke from the tooth quickly passes. A moment later, you find you are shrinking back to your normal size.
A counterspell.
Yes. The spell of giantism is countered by that of giant summoning. Cheeky. Very cheeky. Okay, you are a follower of the Archmage. Jumping back.
Yes, you are worried, but please, the Archmage of the fortress was not always as he is now.
Gradually, you shrink back down to your normal size. Ask about the Archmage. Can you tell me of the Archmage?
Imagine, if you will, a country of great peace and prosperity, ruled over by a group of wise and powerful sorcerers and sorceresses. They tended the fields, managed the weather, healed the sick. They chose their leader by an arcane process. Any child from the land might become that leader and be taught their role from an early age.
What of the crown? You demand.
The crown of kings. A powerful thing, certainly, but nothing against a fortress of sorcerers working in concert. The crown was given to the human kingdoms to let them feel themselves self-governed. Imagine the Archmage as a peacemaker, teacher, but also a thinker, a discoverer of many secrets of the stars. He looked too far, this Archmage.
He is evil.
Yes. Now, yes. That is probably true. It was not always so. But you should not let that trouble you. If you need to kill him, then kill him you must.
She gestures you to sit down and takes a seat herself. What about the serpents? What do you know of the 7 serpents?
They are the Archmage's servants. But even they cannot travel the backlands without falling foul of its terrible curse. I see that you search for them.
Do you know where they are?
I've seen a few things. The Earth Serpent lies in wait, in a fissure near the great lake Iklala. And the Serpent of Time, he is the worst of the 7. Swift, and all but indestructible.
Fissure near the Great Lake. Does he have a weakness?
It does, though I do not know it. It is a secret known only to the marsh goblins, if you can find them.
I did find them. You thank her. The old woman stands suddenly and goes over to a table. Tea? Yeah, thank you. I'll stay. I licks. How do... She nods and boils a pan of water by holding it between her palms for a moment. She drops a pat of goat butter and stirs it around, then pours out 2 ceramic cups. I did this routine last time, but we're doing it again.
You see, I swapped the cups when you turned around, and then I thought you poisoned your cup, but then the fact that I swapped the cups means the poison was in my cup.
Thank you. I will bow for that one.
Inconceivable.
I love when he just falls over. He just goes, eh. He's like completely still and he just goes over. Just drink it normally. We'll just drink it. I'm going to drink mine. You lift the cup to your lips and drink deep. It is warm and rich and refreshing. Didn't need to swap cups. Don't need to do anything weird. I don't think that Bria's going to hurt us. Goat cheese tea. I know. I wouldn't drink it. This is the Analander, not me. My suspension of disbelief is only goes so far. I mean, it's actually kind of hard to believe that somebody would drink goat cheese tea. It's that my disbelief is hard to quell when I think about anybody eating anything goat cheese. You're losing me a little. Tell me more of yourself, you ask, sipping your tea.
Me? Blushing a lot. There is little more to know. I lived in the fortress for most of my life, but came here in my old age.
She winces. Hot tea is dripping from a crack in her teacup.
Cheap pottery rubbish.
She grumbles, digging up a small pot of glue from a box and repairing it. She leaves the glue pot on the table. Do you play Swindlestones? I mean, I need glue for a spell. You pick up the pot of glue and put it in your pack without another word. The sorceress watches you with some amusement, though you cannot think why. She stands.
I'm tiring of you. You should go. But first, one more thing. If you are traveling to High Zaman to face the Archmage, hadn't you best know a little of the higher functions of magic?
You speak of countering.
Good. You know it. It can take a lifetime to discover the pairings and to master them. But I can show you something simple.
She raises a finger adorned with a wide collection of rings. One made of green metal begins to pulse, but she does not fire right away. She's giving you a moment to react. Run for the door.
I gotta get out of here. Oh, shit.
What do I do?
Counterspell my spell of teleportation. I have already given you the clue as to what spell you need.
It's glue. It's glue. Great glue. That she did it on purpose. You weave the spell and toss the glue over your own feet. You feel it binding your boots to the floor. The sorceress smiles as she completes her spell, firing at you with her green ringed finger. You stare her magic in the face, but nothing happens.
Very good. Every magic has a counter magic. The enchantment of gluing matches the spell of teleportation.
Your own spell has evaporated as well. Your boots move freely once more.
Prepare yourself.
She shows you an open palm filled with rock dust. Hey, can you stop? Pray to the ape. Save me, ape. That's my counterspell. Faith. That's my counterspell. Faith to the ape. And it always works. Okay, sand. That's quicksand. That would be Galehorn. Zen. Zen's not available. It's probably Galehorn. Oh wait, hold on. It could be wall. So this is quicksand, so floating would probably work. I think that's it, yeah. Okay. Feeling your body weight shifting to a mere fraction of normal. Just as Bria's spell of petrification begins to take hold, the two forces, one turning you to air, the other to stone, fight within you, but with decreasing force moment by moment. Eventually, your body returns to normal.
Yes, indeed. The magic of lightness is blocked by that of petrification. You've learned enough. You must leave, but not without a gift.
She slides the ring of green metal from her finger and holds it out to you. Teleport ring. Take it. You take the ring swiftly and slide it onto your finger. You feel a pulse through your veins.
I wish you well. Now be gone.
Okay, now we know where two of them are. Oh, I think. Okay, it's in the present. Yeah, because this is. I have this going to the past. Where even are we? Oh, we all the way over here. Jeez. Return to the hut. Should I go back in? No. Oh, she'll probably kill me. What's over here? Let's just look. It's a big circle. You head over to the mountain pass. Look around. You glance around the wide pit of the old volcano, but there's little to be seen. No doubt the ash mixed in the dust is what makes the forest you saw on the slopes so lush and verdant. At least it seems fairly unlikely the volcano will erupt again. Okay. So this will take down through here. This is where we started, by the way. It's here. We need to go back this way. Okay, make a move into the chimney. Okay, you begin to plunge down the mountainside, knocking and scraping the rock surface on either side. You close your eyes and your heart begins to move up your throat. Wait, did I just jump off the cliff? Oh, I just jumped off. You fall at speed, a dead drop down the side of the mountain. The rushing wind snatches away your breath. Death is certain. You take a moment to arrange your thoughts. Do I die? You're almost at the bottom. The sharp rocks rush to meet you. Then, a few heartbeats from a terrible death, your fall is suddenly cushioned, and you are brought to a gentle stop at the base of the mountain. I landed. You stand, heart still racing at the bottom of the stone chimney, quite amazed to be alive. But there's no way back up that you can see. What? Plot armor? I think it was her. I'm going to assume it was her. Okay. Let's go back here, because I want to point this over here. See what this was like in the past. Keep going. Mm-hmm. I'm also going to try to hit the bridge, too, with this. I can sleep up here, too, which is perfect. I don't have any food, but it's alright. Ah. See the hut up here? I wonder if it's worth going back there. Back in the past. There's a lot going on in the swamp, I think. There's probably a serpent in the swamp. Before it became the forest. But that's not what I'm going to do. My goal is to go like this. Try to hit this part of the bridge so it's complete, so I can go across it. And at the same time hitting this. Needs to be complete. Because then I'll aim this one over here. NA aim. I'm good. Is that enough? I think that's enough. Because then I can just connect these two. Let's go for it. And I'm going to teleport over here. Let's go, Sauron. Chop, chop. We got more reading to fucking do. I'm going. Okay. I need to sleep. Let me sleep first. Let's go, Sauron. You've not eaten. Your pack is empty. That's alright. It keeps reminding me of this, even though I did that like 4 days ago. Okay. Now I'm gonna go get the ring. What's the spell to uneat the pack of Ritz crackers I just inhaled? We'll just wait like 16 hours or so. And then when you're sitting on the toilet, pretend to be casting a spell. When, you know, that makes sense. Come on, dude. What? No, they want to eat them again. Whoa. But I mean, like... -2 respectfully? Grow up? That's not what I'm saying. That I meant like, oh, that's like a funny... Oh, how do I, like, get rid of the Ritz crackers I just ate? I don't know. I thought like, oh yeah, to the stars, those Ritz crackers. Come on. That's actually kind of funny. The wretched dung eater. That's not what I was saying, and you know it. Don't put words in my mouth, or I'll ban everybody. Okay. This should work now. Slipped over the tip of the branch. Take the ring. That's fine. I can break the branch. Snaps in two. The ring goes off. Disappears into the nearby trees. That's fine. It did not go into the water. Scan the forest. Look down from the view. Okay, climb down. Did it work? Yeah. The undergrowth here is quite thick, and despite thrashing at the bushes, you cannot see any hint of the ring that fell from the tower. It may not even have fallen this close to the tower base, so is most likely at the bottom of the marsh by now. What? Unspeakable. I'm floating. You are not floating high enough to clear the tangled bushes. Oh, fuck off. Shit. Force field. No. No. Where? How do I get that ring? I don't know how to get the ring. But whatever. I need to aim it this way. Just let it go, dude. Let it go. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I need to move this, though. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. The bridge is successfully repaired. Kind of. Aha! Is that accurate? It's hard to tell. I can't get the ring. I don't know. I gotta do something like very special and specific. It's okay. I have to kill the 7 serpents, not talk to them. This doesn't look like it's connected. Is it, though? It kind of is. It breaks up every now and again, though. I have to teleport. See, it's like broken up. Can I climb this? Okay. Like, can I climb up here? Climb the pillar. Here we go. Alright, let's do it. There's no way up the bridge from here? Really? Shit. I have to go over here then. I can climb the bridge in the past. I should probably teleport to here and then walk. Yeah, that is the past. You could have gotten a serpent ring in Kare. It's okay. You can't get every item. You can't get every single item. Just to make sure, I'm going to aim this one over there too. We're hitting this with every single one. Looks like you're playing the Elden Ring map. One of the first things I thought about when I saw the Elden Ring map was that it looked exactly like Sorcery. And I love the style of this map. It's super mysterious. Like, the little buildings are just kind of... It's not like, oh, look at this, here's the point of interest, here's what it is. It's just kind of like a little hut, and you can go look at it. I really like it a lot. Like, for instance, stuff like this is just... what even is that? I don't know, but I'm going to go look at it. Oh yeah, what's this thing? I don't know. Seems like kind of like a broken down building. I guess I want to see it. But it looks pretty similar. I love it, so I'm glad it's here. I'm glad they did an Elden Ring too. Does Skyrim do that? Does Skyrim have a map like that? Fastest way to make me play that game. Just kidding. Oh. Oh, right. I have to aim at this to get it to aim that way. Okay. I am actually going to go teleport to that one. You sound like you have a library card? I actually don't. But the first thing you think of when you hear me talk is this guy reads a bunch of books. I don't know where you got that from. It's almost kind of overlapping. Yeah. It's overlapping. I'll keep it like right here. All right. Let's go to the bridge. Finally. It's time to cross into the next area. In the time between the Sorcery streams, I was able to beat Sorcery 1 through 4 normal and New Game Plus. I love this game. Thanks for introducing me to it. I am ecstatic that you said that. Genuinely. Okay, here we go. At least somebody is finishing it. It's been 295 days since the last Sorcery stream before these last couple. They've had a lot of time to play it. They don't mean like in the last 2 days. They mean in the last year. I think it's safe here. Wait, hold on. All right, we have been through this area a couple times, but we have an event here. You stretch out and rest. Suddenly, all around you goes quiet. The night air itself seems to still. You hear a distant voice. Listen. You stay quiet and strain your ears to listen.
Greetings.
In tones of voice aged and self-satisfied.
I trust the Backlands are treating you kindly as my fair city.
It takes a moment to place the voice. It is Lorag, the Wizard of Kare. What are you doing here?
I'm here to help as you helped me in my fair city. You have a message in a language you do not understand. I may be of some assistance.
Ooh. Very well. I would be glad of your aid.
In the marsh, you were given a parchment. Show it to me.
You pull out the parchment given to you by the goblins, and you begin to feel a strange sensation, as though someone else was controlling your eyes, moving them backwards and forwards across the words. That's creepy. Read. You have little choice but to read.
Yes. I was right to come.
You feel your finger lift and tap the paper.
It is most interesting. Indeed, most valuable.
The voice vanishes promptly. What does it say? But the wizard's presence has gone. You are quite alone once more, and none of the wiser for it. Oh, great. You seem guarded here. Oh, come on, man. What did he just do? You're gonna take that, and what are you gonna do with it? Typical Lorag. Why would I trust Lorag? That was a bad idea. Lorag is like chaotic neutral. He's pretty chaotic evil, I think, sometimes. You just got Dono walled. Yeah. Okay, well, thanks for nothing, Lorag. He's kind of a dick. Oh, he's a big dick. He's a super dick. I would say that's an understatement. The sunrise up so high is cold and clear. You get to your feet. Here we go. Oh, look, it actually fades out. I have to hit it as it's still there. You step onto the bridge, the early morning sun makes the air glow. Keep going. Okay, you make your way onto the stones of the bridge, which form a broad, solid path. Thick marsh, we already know. Yes, we can still keep going. Just gotta catch it at the right moment. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Yes! What? The stones underfoot begin to disappear, revealing a void below. No! Oh, come on. I have to be faster. Come on. Really? Shit. That's very unfortunate. Missed it. Okay, wait. Here's my idea. I need to wait, and I gotta spam move on. I have to wait till it's selectable. It's not selectable for a second or two. Here it comes. Where is it? Fuck you! Shit. No! Oh, if I gotta go back and move one. What's the problem here? I have to sleep. Okay, I gotta teleport around. I'll get there. I'll get it. Okay. So, then I guess this one has to point over here. How do I get the whole bridge to be intact? I feel like I can. It's probably I could probably get in the mountain somewhere too. Like in here. Or like down here. light up the end of the bridge and climb the middle part. That's probably the right idea. I'm gonna go see if it's possible. You have the beacons just wrong, you can do it. Let's find out. I thought I had them in a fine place that it was fine. Let me see, can I... Alright, if I go like this... hold on a second here. Watch this. They're fighting each other, that's why. There we go. So now that will be perfect. The other one is aiming over here. I have to turn that one away. And I'll aim this one this way. Got it. Where should I point this? We did this over here in both past and present. I could aim it in this like marsh area. Yes, there's probably a couple of events here that we didn't get to. Yeah. Let's do it. This looks perfect now. The only thing that's concerning me is this. That's concerning me. Should I be concerned? I hope it's fine. I think it's fine. All right, let's go. Very cool. All right, let's move. The third and fourth game, they are a lot. There's a lot of backtracking, so this is not abnormal. Some of the complaints of the third game and the third book series, whatever you want to call it, is people don't want to do the go back and backtrack 3 times. But I don't mind it. I think the beams, the going back in time and doing stuff differently, I think is fun. All right. Move on. Here we go. Yes! Finally gonna make it across the bridge. I don't think this is gonna be a problem. I think we're good. An eagle hovers above the valley, waiting to scoop up its prey. Don't want to wait around for that. You walk across the bridge. A little light glows in the east. There are no handrails here. Sitting by the sheer drop at the edge of the road is a starving-looking man with legs folded beneath him and head bowed to the stone. He is perhaps asleep or drunk or dead. Let's wake him up. You touch him on the shoulder and he sits up sharply.
Greetings, well met. Spare a coin?
He slides his palm. He perhaps does not have the energy to lift across the stone.
What will you spend it on?
You ask, noting his red-rimmed eyes and too aged skin.
That's my business, isn't it? I have to live, don't I? We talk very similar, you and I.
Here, you can have a coin.
Use it wisely.
He nods.
Thank you, stranger.
All right, let's get some info. You open your mouth preparing to ask the man for information in return for your gold, but the words fail when the beggar holds your gold coin out over the side of the bridge and lets it go. It twinkles as it sails out of sight. That was careless.
What? I dropped it. I didn't fumble it. I don't have the shakes. I'm not ill.
Then why did you do that? You demand, somewhat outraged.
Isn't falling wonderful?
You should try it. He chuckles.
Perhaps one day I will. I'm just waiting for the right weather for it.
He lies down and peers over the side of the bridge at the distant valley floor, lost in thought. You leave the man and move along the bridge. What the hell was that? Okay. Here we are. You've reached the other side of the bridge. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You have been awake all night and are weaker for it. From here, a set of chiseled steps leads downwards towards water. You feel cheered by the sight. You have crossed the horns of Iklala. Now only the lake stands between you and the road to High Zaman. This is not a place to rest. You still have some way to travel before you are clear of the backlands. And then some. There's still serpents up here, probably. Still serpents, we just need to get more info. And down the slope. It's where we will go. Next time. We have all of this to explore. End of the stream. You guys just know it's coming. Yeah, my stomach's kind of being annoying. So, I'm gonna go take care of myself. You know what I mean? You thought I was gonna get farther this stream? That's the beauty of sorcery. Sometimes you just don't make any progress. Well, that's not true. We killed the fire serpent. Learned about the time serpent. We have come across at least 3 of them. We know where 2 of them are. These will be bang bang right here. You just made that sound so dirty. He's gonna go take care of himself. Yeah, guys. Yeah, I'll be back, guys. I'll just see you later. I gotta go take care of myself. That's so stupid. They're like, oh man, all these old wizened, monsters and old ladies and old men screaming at me and throwing rocks at me. I'll be back. I gotta take care of myself. Lorak. This stream is earning its maturity rating in the last minute. It's been on for 10 years. Come on. Alright, yeah, that's it. I'll see you guys. The next time I will stream will be... What we got here? We're going to pick up exactly where we left off. I'm not going to play it off stream, don't worry. Let's get some music up here. Let me take a look at the... Let me look at the calendar for a second. Because I got some stuff to do. Alright, what we got? I will see you guys on... probably Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday makes sense. If not Wednesday, for some reason, there's some things I have to do. But at the very minimum, I'm going to implore you to watch Sea Dog's stream this coming week on the 29th. I'm going to have some items that are going to be up for Sea Dog's stream. I don't know if I have an opportunity to say that later. If I do not stream on Wednesday, because it's on the 29th. But I'll be pushing people to it. Yeah, I don't want to say what it is because I think I'd rather have Connor be able to announce that. I don't want to kind of say, hey, it's this and this. But there will be an item or items that will be part of his charity stream. So go check it out. It is not that. It is absolutely not that. I don't even want to say what that was. No, it's not. I'm telling you, that thing is... I'm going to bury that thing. That thing's going to get buried. But yeah, if you don't hear from me, just keep an eye on the sus. There'll be another stream this week. But at the very minimum on the 29th, please absolutely go support that stream. Not only because there's going to be stuff of me on it, but because it's a great cause, and you should go and support it. So, go check out Sea-Dog stream 29th. Go check his Twitter. There's a lot more info on it too. No, it is not an ass baseball. It's pretty cool. Just telling you. It's pretty cool. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for obviously subscribing and doing what you guys do. Appreciate it. Keep an eye on the sus. I have like kind of to be determined. I'm trying to get over this annoying bullshit with my stomach, intestines, whatever you want to call it. But I'm fine. Don't worry. It's not the first time. It's not my first rodeo. I'll be good. Don't worry. So yeah, keep an eye on the sus. I will be very clear. Yeah, I put the sus pretty vague. But you will see me again this week. Take care of yourself. Good night. Have a great rest of your evening. Call your mother. Call your father too. Call them both. I always say call your mother. Why does it never call your father? Talk to them both. Get them on speaker. Yeah, take it easy. Take care. Have a great night. See you at some point this week. Bye-bye. Didn't want to startle you, so I came in pretty quietly. I'm going for 4 hours and 30 minutes on the dot. See if I can do it. Here we go.